All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you so much for joining me today. And thank you for waiting patiently with the intro there. I hope you guys enjoy the new intro. I enjoy it. Gets me pretty pumped. Hope it gets you pumped. I mean, maybe a little too pumped. I don't know. I don't know. As you can see, boss is clearly awake. He's ready to go. He's ready to lift. But yes, welcome. I hope everybody's doing well today. In today's stream, we're going to be talking all about the 2024 lineup for PlayStation, for Xbox, going head to head. Who has the stronger lineup? Who has the stronger lineup? Well, maybe it's hard to determine that exactly. Of course, this is all just opinion. It's all subjective. But I think it will make for an interesting conversation nonetheless. Heatwave says, MBG, no workout, please. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. It has to happen. I hope it happens. Somebody drop a 50 bomb today so we can get some reps in. But it's all good, man. Of course, the bulk of the stream will be conversing with you guys, talking about these topics, not necessarily working out. But before we dive into this, I see I have a milestone chat from Andrew. I'm going to read that in just a moment. And I see we have Jake Skew27 dropping a membership gift, starting us off today. Jake, thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate you, consistently dropping some membership gifts for the community here. So I'm going to add that to the counter, and I'm going to read what Andrew has to say here. He says he's a member for 16 months. Andrew, thank you so much, man. Says, hey, BG, you should check out Vertigo 2 drops tomorrow for PSVR 2. Heard there's some minor performance issues, but overall, it's an amazing VR game. Maybe I'll look into it. I'll be honest with you, Andrew. I'm just totally overwhelmed with the amount of games that are coming and that are beginning to release. PSVR 2 will likely end up taking a back seat for the months to come, just for the simple fact that, again, like each week, there's going to be different things releasing that I'm going to be interested in. But if I can find the time, maybe I'll check it out. I don't know that I'm actually going to play it, but I'll try to see what I can do. You know, maybe like check it out on YouTube or something, get some idea. But we have both Corey, the legend Landiga, and Exley Trismegistus together coming in immediately, getting us off to an insanely good start with the membership gifts. They dropped 15 memberships together, bringing us up to 16 already. So clearly we are on our way to crushing this goal. Guys, let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Corey and Exley. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. So I'm going to add that to the counter, or I'll update that in just a moment. But Andrew, I appreciate the milestone chat. And yeah, this is a good opportunity before we dive into this conversation, because I do have a lot to say. And I'm sure that a lot of you guys are going to have a lot to say as well. First and foremost, thank you for watching the content. If it wasn't for your viewership, I wouldn't be here doing this. I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you, whether you're watching live, if you're watching later on. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We're sitting at about 60 likes. We have almost 200 people here. I think we could easily crush 100 likes. I'd really appreciate that. 3 ways you can support me directly. Consider becoming a channel member. Gain access to some exclusive perks. If you're already a channel member, consider gifting memberships. If you're not interested in the membership side of things, consider donating a super chat, ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement. Anything in between, it all helps tremendously. So a big thank you and a big shout out to everybody who helps support this community and this content and me as a content creator. And as I'm saying that, we have Hellbound 1981 coming in and dropping another 5 membership gifts. Guys, that is 20 memberships, 21 memberships already. We are just 4 away from immediately destroying the goal of 25 members. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for that, Hellbound. Let me actually update this and we will dive into this conversation, okay? So the lineup of exclusive games, right, for 2024, PlayStation, Xbox, Sony, Microsoft. Who has the stronger lineup? Well, I mean, I feel like if you just judge by what the internet has to say, right, like generally speaking, people are leaning more so on the side of Microsoft. But I don't know that I agree with this, at least not fully. At least not fully. But guys, we have a full-blown membership train going right now. Before I can even go into these games, We have Exley dropping another 5, and then Corey follows up with another 5, obliterating the goal of 25 memberships. That's a lot of memberships. You guys just fucking destroyed it. So 25 people gifted today. They will gain access to the members lounge, which is going to be awesome as always. I always enjoy the members lounges. We are going to do one after today's stream, by the way. So if you are a member, look forward to that. If you get gifted a membership, just know you've now gained access to the membership or the members lounge. Jake Skew following it up with another gift. That's the second gift from Jake. Hellbound, Exley, Corey, Jake just absolutely destroying it today. Look at this. And Steven Leon comes in and drops a 10 bomb. Look at these guys. And then Matt Fu drops another 5. They're going crazy with the memberships today, boys. They want to see me lift. That's what they want. They want to see some reps. I'm going to have to do some reps here. Thank you. I got to say, like, I was asking you guys to do this before the stream actually started. I didn't think you actually would, but here we go. Full-blown membership train. Steven Leon with 10. Matt Fu with 5. Absolutely obliterating the goal. Thank you guys so much for that support. That support right there is what allows me to do this. So let me update the goal. You know what? I should probably hold off on updating the goal because Corey Landiga comes in and drops a 20 bomb.
Holy shit.
You're like, MBG, what? You want to talk about PlayStation and Xbox's lineup? Hold on. We got to get a full-blown membership train, full speed ahead, 20 more memberships gifted. Here we go. We're doing some reps. Let's go. Let's get it. This is the stream now, guys. This is all it is. I'm telling you, man, we're going to get fucking jacked by the end of this year. Everybody tuning in thinking, oh, he's probably fanboying again. No, actually, he's just killing it, getting some reps. Another 5 from Hellbound. Seriously, though, in case you can't tell, I'm trying to work on my delts. Guava comes in and says, what the fuck is going on, bro? We're getting jacked. That's what's going on. Don't overdo it. I'm going to overdo it. Today's the kind of day where we overdo it. Breathe, bro. Breathe. Now I'm feeling it. Dude, 25 pounds? Go, let's get a few more. Fucking going for it, dude. Oh. That's the failure, practically. Lay off the roids. I need more. More! Dude, it's that fucking music, man. Hell yeah. Heart attack on air coming. I hope not. Hopefully not. No, dude, I was feeling it today. Little winded, but nearly went to failure that time. Nearly went to failure. That's what I'm working on right now. My delts. But you guys killed it. Seriously, we're sitting at 72 members. 72 members. Corey Landiga says MGS. MGS. All right. Corey, I owe you a Metal Gear theme. We'll do that in a little while. I do have to be careful. Because if I go too hard, I will end up burning myself out before we even hit the 2-hour mark of the stream. But what a start, man. Blood's flowing. Got the pump. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk about games now. This is the dream. This is the dream, boys. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, though. Seriously, 72 members. You guys are insane. I'm going to update that goal. You know, I was looking for a bunch of different, like, metal tracks that I could use because I need that motivation, you know, to really get those extra couple of reps that really matter. As I'm choking on my own spit over here. Actually, I agree. That's how you start a stream. That's how we do it. I'm telling you. I know it seems like maybe I was joking, but I'm not. We're going to get fucking, at least I am. I don't know. You guys can do it with me. We're going to get jacked. Like I am going to be like truly muscle bound by the end of this year. That's my goal. I'm getting serious with it again. I don't want to go like crazy, but take it as far as I can within reason. All right. Well, so there you go. To answer today's question, who has the stronger exclusive lineup? PlayStation. Obviously, PlayStation, Sony is better than Xbox. Xbox sucks. We all know it. Everybody knows it. Everybody denies it. And that's it. That's the stream. Guys, thank you so much. I will catch you in the next one. Just kidding, of course. Just kidding. Although to some people, they're probably not taking that as a joke. You're saying being healthy is the key, brother. Being big is useless. I agree. See, the whole thing is with me trying to, put on more muscle mass, it's doing so naturally in a healthy way. And also trying to improve the diet. So, Corey, I'm going to get you that MGS theme. All right. Here's what we'll do. Corey. I'm going to talk about the topic for a little bit. And once I'm fully rested, before we move on, or some point, maybe halfway through the topic, I'll give you that MGS theme. All right. Xbox are going to clip that. I hope they do, because it's the fucking truth. They just don't want to hear it. Now we'll dive into it. It's a little bit more complex than that. Kevin G re-ups his membership. Comes back to greatness awaits. Kevin, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. You bring us up to 73. So guys, before I update the goal, I'm just going to say this. I'm not asking. I'm just pointing it out there. We're at 73 members because you can't see it on the screen. We're at 73 members. We're 2 away from crushing another goal. That would have been 3 goals. That will be 3 goals if we get that. So I'll give it a moment here in case anybody wants to chime in here and get us past that 75 mark. Dude, anybody who's just joining the stream who missed that intro, they're like, bro, MBG, are you okay? Why are you breathing like that? What is happening? No, dude, we just went for reps, man. That's what we did. 75 and another superset. I got to be careful. I'm telling you, man, I got to be careful. I did work out earlier too, just to be clear. I did work out earlier, like a full-blown workout. So anything I do today is on top of that. We got Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Michael says, you should do the workout to Painkiller by Judas Priest. You said that twice. I'm assuming you really want me to do that. I would if I could, man. I like Judas Priest. They're not like one of my favorite bands, but I do like them. But the tracks that I'm using are free tracks that you're allowed to use and still monetize your content. So, they may sound a little bit generic, but I like them. I think they sound pretty good. All right, so let me update this. We are killing it today already. I'm going to update this, and we're going to dive into the conversation. All right, appreciate you guys waiting patiently. Thank you for indulging me here and allowing me to basically convert my streams into workout sessions. We got Richard O with a $5 super chat. He says, I'm getting a new OLED TV. How long are your gaming sessions on your OLED MBG? Is it safe to play for 2 hours a day? I actually don't really game on OLED. The primary TV that I use is, I believe it's LED. It's a high-end LED. So when it comes to how long, I mean, if I was playing on an OLED, most of the time, if that's where I had my primary gaming sessions, the longest at any one time would probably be 3 to 4 hours, but that's kind of pushing it a little bit. I don't normally play games for 4 hours straight. I do play games a lot, but I kind of take breaks in between and do different things in between, obviously. Is that still a thing with OLED, by the way? like burn-in. I see people still kind of talking about that. I thought that was an issue that was solved a long time ago. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't been keeping up with OLED, to be quite honest. Jay Shako says the latest OLED is completely safe and has been for a few years. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing. It's like a non-issue now. I remember, a while back it was a pretty serious issue. But Richard, I don't think you have to worry about like if that's why you're asking the question, like you're afraid you might get burn-in or something. I don't think you have to worry about that with the modern day OLEDs. And you'll have to get back to me, Richard. Let me know what you think of OLED. Sony, as we talked about in one of my last streams, Sony's getting away from OLED. They're moving away from it. I don't know. A lot of people seem to be pretty upset that Sony's doing that, but other people are like, I kind of get why they're doing that. Apparently, it has to do with overall HDR brightness. Apparently, OLED just can't match the level of brightness that we're going to begin to see with HDR, like 4,000 nits or something like that. And I think OLED has trouble getting to even like 1,500 or 2K nits. So it's a brightness thing. I don't know how important brightness is to you guys, but all right. So Cyberpsychosis says Xbox are accusing PS fans of begging Xbox to put their games on PS. Am I correct if I say that most PlayStation fans don't give a crap about Xbox games? Well, I don't know if I would say that you're like completely correct, because it's a pretty loaded statement. Like, PlayStation fans don't fucking care about Xbox games. But the reality is, people who were saying that shit just don't know what they're saying. They look dumb. And I hope they know that, because nobody's begging for anything, dude. Let's get that straight right now. Like, as far as I can tell, nobody's begging for anything, right? However, you see people basically saying like, oh yeah, Sea of Thieves or Hi-Fi Rush coming to PlayStation? Yeah, I'll pick it up. Why not? I've been thinking about playing it or something like that. That's different. That's not begging. That's actually exactly what Microsoft is hoping for if they do this. Microsoft is hoping that by them making some of their games at some point available on PlayStation or Nintendo, that people will be like, oh yeah, hey, why not? I don't have to go buy an Xbox or, get it on PC or whatever. So I don't think anybody's begging. If people, I think, really wanted to play Microsoft's games, they would have already done so. Whether that's through PC, cloud, or console. It's sad to see that that's the narrative that some people are trying to run with. But what are you going to do, man? Nothing new here, right? But that kind of helps us, I guess, segue somewhat nicely into our discussion. PlayStation versus Xbox exclusive lineup. There's something that we have to establish here, okay, before we get deep into the weeds of this conversation, because I know it's going to come up. Are we talking like first-party exclusives? Are we talking second-party exclusives? Are we talking third-party timed exclusives? Well, I think for the sake of simplicity, we're gonna make this an umbrella conversation for the sake of simplicity. And I want to do it this way because I'm just talking about 2024. If some of these exclusives that we're going to talk about, if we're going to talk about the games that are coming out exclusively to Xbox and PlayStation, if some of these games end up coming out on the opposite console a year from now, that's fine. In fact, I'm sure some of them are. And actually, we know some of them are going to. But I think for the sake of this conversation, just to map out this year, we'll just umbrella them as their exclusive. Okay? It doesn't matter if they're coming from an internal studio. It doesn't matter if they're second or third party. And to be clear, because I know people are going to say this, oh, you're just saying that because Sony has a lot of second and third party games. Microsoft actually has quite a few too. So I'm counting it for them as well. So it's a two-way street here. Now, if you don't want to view it that way, that's fine. We don't have to. Or you don't have to, I should say. But again, for the sake of simplicity, that's what I'm going to be doing. I will let you know, though, whether or not it's coming from an own studio, just so you're aware, like an internal studio. But When it comes to the lineup for this year, there's been a lot of back and forth conversation that I've seen, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of nonsense, a lot of people failing to realize that right now Microsoft doesn't actually have any dates for any of their games. But on top of that, Sony also doesn't really have many big hitter exclusives beyond March. So there's kind of this interesting conundrum where Sony is seemingly getting off to in my opinion, a very strong start, and Microsoft is maybe going to get. We don't know what kind of start Microsoft's going to get off to. We have to kind of tune into their direct later this week. You're saying the dates are coming in 5 days. They could, yeah. Like that's kind of my expectation, and I think that's a pretty good general expectation. Where it's like if you're gonna have a lineup of games for this year, and you're gonna do a show focused on your games in January, I mean, it just makes sense. Well, that's where you should reveal some of your dates. It just makes sense. All right, so let's start off with the lists here. Here are the lists of games. We're going to start with PlayStation. PlayStation, we are looking at The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, Concord, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Stellar Blade, and MLB The Show. MLB The Show, I mean, it's hard to count that one, truthfully, but, you know, I know if I didn't include it in there, somebody would say, well, what about MLB The Show? When it comes to Xbox, now, I'm gonna ask you guys in the chat if there are any Xbox fans, or if not Xbox fans, just people that are paying very close attention to upcoming Xbox games. If I'm missing a game or two, let me know. All right, because I had to look into this to see what games are on the docket for Microsoft in 2024. These are the games that I found. Hellblade 2, Avowed, Flight Simulator 2024, Stalker 2, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Towerborn, and this one has a big question mark next to it, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is the most... I don't know, like I'm kind of really giving that game some leeway here because right now there's only rumors that game might come out in 2024. But that's basically, I think, what the Xbox 2024 lineup might look like. Oh, you're right. I did forget Pacific Drive for PlayStation. MLB The Show is on Game Pass and Xbox, so it's like, God, I probably should take that off the list. I probably should take MLB off the list because it's literally not exclusive to any extent. So I'll take MLB The Show off the list, and I'll replace it with Pacific Drive because I did forget that one. I don't know if I mentioned this one or not. I think I did. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Maybe I skipped over that. Oh, yeah, I did forget a PlayStation game, Phantom Blade Zero. That is targeting. They did confirm that game is targeting a release of 2024. So Phantom Blade Zero. All right, so let's run down this list again. I'm just waiting to see if I missed any Xbox games. I have Avowed in there. Yeah, it is crazy to think that a first-party PlayStation game launches yearly on Game Pass and not PlayStation Plus. Banishers, that's not an exclusive game. That's a multi-plat title. Actually, you're saying you played the Grand Blue Fantasy demo and you liked it. You'll probably pick it up now. I was thinking about trying it out. I told you guys I'm going to try really hard to expand my horizons. That is not a game that appeals to me, but a free demo, maybe I'll just download it and try it, and if I hate it, I'll just delete it. But I've seen people talking pretty positively about Grand Blue Fantasy. All right, Basecat says Indiana Jones, Hellblade 2, Avowed, all scheduled for 2024. You're saying that that's already better in your opinion because first party, Microsoft has a ton of studios. Crazy how much money they will need to make all those games. Well, dude, I'll be honest, and look, I'm not trying to take shots at Xbox here. I'm just being brutally honest. Like, the idea that their Xbox first party leads to more excitement, that doesn't, for me, that's not a thing. Not quite yet. Maybe this year will be the year where that becomes a thing, but for me, that's not a thing yet. It is for Hellblade, because I think Hellblade looks, to me, Hellblade has the most promise out of this Xbox lineup. But the Marcus Phoenix collection is supposed to come out this year. Yeah, that maybe that would be kind of a shadow drop. But right now, I mean, there isn't even an announcement for that. Oh yeah, Lost Soul Aside. God damn, dude. So, dude, who would have thought that I would have forgot like multiple PlayStation games? Lost Soul Aside is another PlayStation exclusive. God damn, they have a lot of games coming. Like, yo, people are fucking crazy. I'm literally looking at this list. People are crazy when they say that like Sony doesn't have any games coming. They actually have a really healthy amount of games. Granted, again, we want to see more from their own studios, absolutely, but this list is actually bigger than I originally thought it was. I'm still trying to see if there's anything I'm missing for Xbox. Let me run down the list one more time, all right? We got, for Xbox, Hellblade 2, Avowed, Flight Simulator 24, Stalker 2, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Towerborn, and Indiana Jones. Rumored, but, I'll keep it there. Because it seems like there's some pretty strong... Like, there seems to be a lot of talk happening that Indiana Jones is going to show up at this Xbox show, and it's going to get a 2024 release. 33 Immortals. Let me look that up. I never heard of that. 33 Immortals. Oh, okay. Yeah, this Microsoft Windows Series X and S. Okay. It's a co-op action roguelike for 33 players. This is the first I'm hearing of this game. All right, I'll throw that on the list. Yeah, this is why I'm asking you guys, because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. 33 Immortals. Pal World? Somebody mentioned Pal World? Okay, let me check that. I've never heard of these games. Xbox Series X and S, January 2024. Pal World is a monster-catching survival and crafting game that incorporates a variety of mechanics from other genres. Okay, I'll throw that on there. Pal World. All right, so the lists are growing here. I knew I was going to miss some. There was no way I wasn't going to miss some. I did get Phantom Blade for Sony. Flintlock Siege of Dawn. That sounds familiar. Let me see. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I think I remember seeing this game. This game actually looks pretty good. Wait, hold on. I don't think this is exclusive. No, this isn't exclusive, though. They have the marketing. It says here platforms PS5, Xbox One, PS4, Series X, Series S. So, yeah, that's that that marketing getting to us. Clockwork Revolution. Is that confirmed for 2024? Sword of the Sea. Clockwork Revolution does not have a release window yet. Okay, so another one is Sword of the Sea. This is... No, it says it's coming to PlayStation 5 as well. In fact, it's... Oh, wait, is this a PS5 console exclusive? It says PS5 and PC. Introducing Sword of Sea, a new game from Giant Squid, May 24th, 2023. Okay, so we'll throw that on there. It's not releasing on the Xbox console, so we'll count that as an exclusive. What's it called? Sword of the Sea? That name rings a bell. By the way, it says we're at 74 members, so let me tack that on there. Let me add that to the list for PlayStation. Sword of the Sea. I think that has to be it, right? we've added a lot of games to these lists. I have to imagine we're looking at everything now. Arc 2, is that exclusive? Arc 2. It is internal release date 2024. Oh, okay. So we'll throw Arc 2 on there. We'll throw Arc 2 on there because apparently that is Xbox console exclusive, and it is they say it's targeting 2024. Oh my god, yeah, I remember it. Vin Diesel now is going to be in that game. Wow. Weird. So weird. We have Corey Landiga. He does it. He gets us over. He pushes it over the line. Corey drops another membership gift. He brings us to 75. Corey, thank you so much, man. We did it. We crushed 3 goals, dude. Let me update that. And I see I have a $50 super chat from Disco Cobra 2013. Thank you so much for that, man. I'm going to read that in just a moment. I appreciate all the support you guys are showing, really. This community is unbelievably generous. It means a lot. It means more than you know. There we go. 75 members. You guys are insane. And Disco Cobra 2013 with a $50 super chat. $50. He says, I think the Xbox fanboys want us to feel as though Sony is falling off. We can clearly see Sony does have some plans and first-party games coming. It does take some wind out of the sails when they canceled the live service games. Yeah, I get that feeling too, man. And that's what's becoming, I think, annoying, generally speaking, is that there are 2 types of people that I think are kind of, frankly, just kind of talking shit on Sony and PlayStation to a much greater degree, right? And those 2 people are either, Xbots or toxic Xbox fanboys, whatever you want to call them, and people who are just pure chaos, right? Like they're in it for the laughs or just to fuel the flames and make the situation even crazier than it has to be. But the common theme that I'm noticing across the board is kind of what you're saying here, where it's like, when people say like Sony doesn't have any games, this is pretty different compared to back when people would say that about the Xbox One, where it's like, oh, Xbox has no games. Was it a bit much? Yeah, it is. It was a bit much back then for the Xbox One. It's a bit much now for PlayStation 5. But to try to put these things together and say they're the same, you're just objectively wrong. I know this because I was there for the Xbox One. You're objectively wrong, okay? You can sit here and criticize Sony, which I have done and will continue to do, because I think it's something that if you're not going to criticize it, at least acknowledge it, that they need to get a move on with showing us some of their games from their studios, because it's taken an awfully long time. But in my opinion, Sony has earned the benefit of the doubt because they've fucking killed it. They killed it during the PS4 generation. They killed it at the beginning of this generation. And look, I know people don't want to agree with that, but we're living in a landscape right now where people are just pretending that Horizon Forbidden West wasn't good, that God of War Ragnarok wasn't good, that games like Returnal didn't happen, that games like Ratchet don't matter. That's the reality that we are looking at when it comes to the internet itself and the way people talk. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, but you're kind of crazy. Now, if you want to acknowledge those things and then follow it up by saying, okay, that's all fine, well, and good, and we appreciate those games for what they are, but we don't know much else, and that's a problem. I agree wholeheartedly. Concord being the only first-party PlayStation game or PlayStation Studio game is unacceptable, and Sony needs to correct that. However, what Sony is doing right now is they're turning to their, and here's the best part. Here's the best part. Sony is turning to their PS5 buyers, people who bought PlayStation consoles, and saying, here's a bunch of fucking games. Like a lot of games. I have the list in front of me. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 games that you're not going to be able to get on Xbox, that you're not going to be able to get on Switch. Maybe you're not. I mean, look, if somebody looks at all 12 of those games and says, yo, I don't care about any of those, well, then I don't know what to tell you. Other than you certainly can't walk away saying PlayStation doesn't have any games. But the reality is, when you look back at the Xbox One generation, did Xbox have some games? Of course they did. Of course they had some games. That's why I'm sitting here saying that people who use the term, oh, they have no games, what they're really trying to say is they don't have enough games. They don't have enough compelling games. They don't have enough interesting games. They don't have enough variety of games. They don't have enough first-party, studio games. But the reality is, even if you look at I can tell you right now, there were not years for Xbox One. You look back at 2015, 2016, and as far as I'm aware, because I'm pretty sure I would have known, there were not years where you're looking down the barrel of 12 exclusive Xbox One games. Even if they're not, again, from Microsoft's own internal studios or Sony's own internal studios, that didn't exist. You'd be lucky if you had like 3 or 4. And the big problem at that point was people were desperate, like, okay, that one of these has to land, right? Like, they gotta be like upper echelon, top tier quality. And that was Microsoft's biggest struggle, is they couldn't, not only were they lacking in terms of variety, but they were lacking in terms of quality as well. And it was kind of a double whammy where it really put them in a bad spot during the Xbox One. And that's why a lot of Xbox players are going nuts right now, because Microsoft is seemingly finally getting to that point where, like, we're finding consistency with our exclusive games, right? We're finding consistency with some games being higher quality than they were back during the Xbox One, or at least some, right? And it's looking like it might get better with games like Hellblade. I mean, they fucking bought their way to making sure that, yeah, we'll have variety. We'll never be dry again. They bought their way to that, and that's fine. That's fair game. But people need to fucking cool it by making it sound like, oh man, PlayStation, they don't got shit. Like, dude, listen. If you're gonna sit here and I'm gonna read off all 12 of these games: Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, Concord, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Stellar Blade, Pacific Drive, Phantom Blade Zero, Lost Soul Aside, Sword of the Sea. Those are games that are all announced, all coming this year. If, like, I'm not saying I wouldn't believe you if you said I have zero interest in any of those games. I'm not saying I wouldn't believe you, but I would just have a difficult time, I guess, accepting that there isn't at least something here that maybe if it doesn't appeal to you, you would at least consider. Oh yeah, Foam Stars. Oh my God, we forgot Foam Stars. God damn it. We forgot Foam Stars, people. I fucked up. I really fucked up this time. And Baby Steps. Oh my God, I forgot Baby Steps. These are arguably two of the biggest games PlayStation has, and I forgot them. Shame on me, man. Wait, hold on, no. I know Foam Stars is targeting 2024. Is Baby Steps? That's the question. PlayStation 5 Windows. It's actually not. Oh no, it says planned release date 2024. It is. Two more games to the docket. This is what's going to murder Xbox this year, bro. Foam Stars and Baby Steps, they're going to come together. They're going to fucking knock Xbox out, bro. We all know that's what's going to happen. I know Xbox fans don't want to accept that, but we know that's what's happening. But, man, I can't wait for Foam Stars. I mean, the real question of this stream should be which game is going to be better. Like, what will be the Game of the Year contender? Baby Steps or Foam Stars? Yeah, Xbox is down bad, man. I don't know how they're going to compete. Hellblade 2 doesn't have shit on Foam Stars. That's going to be really awkward if true. You're saying Stalker 2 may only be a 3-month exclusive. That's so weird if true. Like, that's such a short exclusivity window that you have to ask why. You know what I mean? If it's going to come to PS5 3 months later, like, what the hell? A year timed exclusive, I think, is, you can feel that. Like, that's a year is a long time. 3 months, that's weird. Higzock says, dude, I am legitimately more interested in Baby Steps than Hellblade 2. No joke. That is wild, bro. To each their own. I'm not here to judge you, but that is wild. You're saying it was confirmed 3 months? Dude, that's... Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know why Microsoft would make a deal like that. Why would you make a 3-month deal? It makes me wonder if any of these PlayStation games have like a really short duration. Like Silent Hill 2 Remake, I think, is timed for a year. I know that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's timed for 3 months, but that's, I think, for PC. So it's going to be like PS5 for 3 months, then PC, which is still kind of weird. You know, I don't know if they need that dev time, but it's like 3 months for PC is a little like, you may as well just launch it on PC. You know, I don't think anybody who prefers to play on PC is going to say, you know what, I don't want to wait 90 days. I'm just going to buy PS. I mean, maybe some people will, maybe, but I do just wonder if maybe they need a little bit of extra dev time, because it just doesn't make, like, a 3-month exclusivity window of any kind, frankly, just does not make sense to me. It's 1 quarter. Well, all right, maybe from a business perspective, it can make a little bit more sense, where they're like, all right, if we're looking to push more consoles this quarter, you know, that 90-day period, maybe it makes a little bit more sense then. But from a player perspective, it just doesn't really add up. But yeah, man, I'm getting so tired of seeing that shit. It's like, you know, I'm not saying people could say what they want, but it's like, you're just wrong. I mean, if you're cool being wrong, that's fine. But Xbox and PlayStation, they both have I'd say they both have a pretty good looking lineup so far. But we have to now try to answer this question, and this is where things get extremely subjective. And the question we have to answer is, who has the stronger lineup? Well, this is where we have to kind of evaluate each game one by one. Well, let's start with Xbox. Hellblade 2. In my opinion, Hellblade 2 is by far the strongest game that Xbox has right now on the docket. Like, to me, Hellblade 2 is going to potentially be a Game of the Year contender. Like, we could finally see it happen in 2024, man. Like, 2024 might be the year where it finally fucking happens for Xbox. Like, holy shit, they have a Game of the Year contender. I know that there are people who aren't super excited about it for whatever reason, and that's fine. But I do think it's going to be a strong contender this year. And Disco Cobra 2013, dude, with another $20 super chat. That's $70 worth of super chats, man. Thank you so much for that, Disco. Seriously, it's very kind of you, man. You're saying here, I was in a stream last night. Spawnwave was discussing these topics as well. They discussed the idea that Xbox could be preparing to give up the Xbox brand after the digital-only revision. Maybe that means they focus on PC. That's very interesting. I mean, I've come across people kind of speculating that, and to me, that's really tricky to gauge, because I've seen so many extreme reactions to what Microsoft may be getting ready to do. Like, on one hand, there are rumors coming out that they're preparing to maybe start releasing some of their games and go full-blown third-party, diving into their back catalog. This calls into question future exclusives. This calls into question the role that the console's going to play. And it naturally does call into question if Microsoft is going to basically either exit the console market. But you're saying here, and this to me takes things up a notch, you're saying basically give up the Xbox branding. That is truly a next level scenario in which it's difficult for me to imagine that occurring. I have to be honest. It's so difficult for me to imagine the day coming where Microsoft is like, you know what? We're just rebranding everything to Microsoft Gaming, Microsoft Game Studios, Microsoft Publishing, Microsoft Publish Games. But then again, when I see things like Microsoft leapfrogging Apple to become the most profitable, the most, if not profitable, but the most valuable company in the entire world by leapfrogging Apple, I mean that is, I like. I guess I'm just trying to say that if they want to continue that power trip, where it's like we are global, we are everywhere, we are Microsoft, we do not play favorites. Like we are just totally focused on just expanding and growing. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't know that it's likely to happen soon, but that is the reality of Microsoft as a corporation. And it's just like you already see them not giving a shit about the console. And that's just the reality. And I see how people have, some Xbox fans have begun to act now. I look down upon console gaming. Console gaming is for kids. We're all growing up now. We're all going to PC. It's like, no, we're fucking not, dude. The console is great. Like, fuck you people who make it sound like, oh, the console's just for children. Like, go fuck yourself, dude. Like, let people enjoy what they want and let them enjoy it as they want. The console is for people who want to fucking play on console. And that's just the reality. You want to look down on it, well, screw you. You know? Like, we're going to enjoy things the way we want to enjoy them. You enjoy things the way you want to enjoy them. But to basically take that stance as like, well, I'm validating Microsoft's decision because I guess Microsoft's just the most mature company here, right? They're not gonna cater to the baby console audience. It's like, you know what, man? That's what fucking Xbox, dude. I hate to break it to you guys, but that is what Xbox is, dude. Like, that's what it's always been. Never forget, that's what it was born into. It was born into console gaming. Okay, Xbox. Microsoft Windows PC existed before Xbox. Microsoft said, we want to create a dedicated home console and break into this market. That's what Xbox is. That's what it always will be until it's, I guess, not, right? And the whole thing is, I don't even think it's that big of a deal if it's not. I don't think it's a big deal if Microsoft says, hey, you know what? We're going in a different direction. That's fine. That's their prerogative. But I think it's just kind of fucked up that there are people out there that are just suddenly like, yeah, I loved the Xbox console when Microsoft supported it, but now that they don't, fuck console, bro. It's like, what? Now, granted, there are people out there that are like, yo, I never liked console, and I always hated console. Okay, well, fuck you too. You know, like, I don't know. Good for you. That's fine. That's fine. Have your preferences, but I just think it's strange to see that people are so quick to just totally just to turn on a dime and say, well, hey, you know what, man? It mattered yesterday, doesn't matter today. And I get it. Sometimes that's just the way things go, but I'm getting a little bit far from your super chat, Disco Cobra, but you're saying that you heard people having on Spawn Wave having a conversation about the Xbox brand as a whole potentially being dropped. You're saying I'm just upset because I want more console support. Dude, that's the thing. Not really. Like, I play on PlayStation, man, and I'm not worried about the PlayStation console. Like, they're doing fine. Nintendo's doing fine. Like, Microsoft is the only one that can't make it fucking work in the console space. And I think that sucks. I've always thought that sucked. And I'll never stop thinking that sucks, because if the day does come, like, first, let's get something clear here. If Microsoft ever does drop the Xbox branding, again, I think that's the most unlikely thing, but if they ever do that, they will drop the console first, obviously. And they are on the road to doing that, at least to a certain extent. There's been rumors of a new Xbox console coming in 2026, and it's like, well, you just have to wonder, like, what role exactly is that going to play? How vital is that going to be in their plans? Is that just going to be something they just like crap out and they're like, here you go? Or is it going to be something that they really rally behind and are like, let's give it another shot. Let's really try. Well, if what Phil Spencer said is anything to go off of, the answer to that is no. They're not trying to compete with Sony or Nintendo in the console space. So you really have to wonder, like, what what is the plan here exactly with their console? You can't fault anybody for losing faith in Microsoft that, yeah, maybe they just really truly are getting ready to go, because why wouldn't they? All the fucking signs are there. And that's what's so insane to me about reading comments from people and shit is like, do people not clearly see, like, dude, they're beginning to go third party. Like, it's there, man. It's happening. It's happening. Oh, no, no, no. You guys don't know what you're talking about. It's hopium. You're just port begging. Like, no, we're not. We're looking at the fucking writing on the wall and reading what it states clearly. Now, if somebody says, well, the writing on the wall also states that Sony is looking to get out of the console. Listen, I agree that both Sony and Microsoft have a shared intention here where they have to try to expand beyond the console. Like, they literally are beholden to their shareholders. They have to do that. But I think people tend to look at both Sony and Microsoft and say, well, Microsoft is struggling in the console space, and Microsoft says that the console space doesn't really matter, and everything beyond the console space matters. Sony is doing well with the console. They're still supporting the console fully. They are still saying the console matters. They're showing that growth is still occurring. It might not be, again, staggering growth, but it's still there. But they're also looking to expand beyond that in other areas, just like Microsoft. That, those are two different things. And that's what's funny to me, is that I guess for some people, it's just easier to pretend that they're not different things, that they are the same thing. Well, no, they are two different things. One company is selling consoles and finding success doing so, and the other is not. They can both have similar goals in that we want to expand and we want to grow, but that's just a fucking fact, man. And I'm just saying it's just kind of sad to me to see how quick people are to just be like, yo, who cares about the Xbox console? It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, there has to be something there, right? Maybe not. But yeah, As Dusk Falls is slated to release on PS5, and that's an Xbox second-party game. Yeah. People are just trying to, frankly, frame what Sony and Microsoft are doing in the worst possible ways that they can. And it gets so disingenuous, it's fucking sad to see. Where it's like, look, the reality for both of these companies is they're both chasing the same. I've said this over and over again. They're both chasing the same thing, just on a different scale. They are both running into their own unique problems. It is true that just because Sony's doing really well with the PS5 doesn't mean that there aren't problems internally at Sony. There are, and they got to figure them out. They have to find solutions. It doesn't matter that Microsoft is the richest company in the world and can afford to support Xbox till the end of time. They're not going to do that. They want it to be profitable. They have problems in front of them that they need to solve. And one of the answers to that is to care less about the console and care more about getting some of their games like Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves onto the fucking PS5, where there's actually an install base. And that's fine. Like, do what you got to do. But people just keep trying to frame all of these things as like they're all just fucking horrible, detrimental. Well, you know what? The truth is, at least when it comes to the console side of things, for PS5, it's not horrible that it's gonna get more games from Microsoft. When it comes to the Xbox console, it is horrible that the games that were supposed to serve as a reason to fucking buy your console is now going to go possibly to another. The same thing would be said if Sony was doing it, man. Like, if Sony took God of War 2018 and said, we're going to put this on Xbox, look, I don't think it would, like, hurt them severely to a degree where it's like, well, good job. Now you just fucking killed your console. Maybe, but it definitely wouldn't help. That's the point. It wouldn't help the console. And so, look, man, maybe by the end of all this, I will be totally fucking wrong. But if I'm going to be wrong, a lot of other people are going to be wrong with me. And I'm sure that these PC guys, it's fine. They're going to run their laps, their victory laps. If this does happen where if it's true that the console market is going to cave in, it's going to collapse and it's going to be over, then fine. So fucking be it. Then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But right now, there's only one console that's seemingly slowly coming to an end. And it's not PlayStation and it's not Nintendo with the Switch. It's Microsoft and the Xbox. And I'm just tired of seeing people act like it's just faux concern. It's troll concern. You're concern trolling here. Like, no, dude. I think the Xbox console is on its fucking way out. And that just means less competition in the console space. Maybe if you believe in this wider vision of we can all share some kind of unified gaming platform, maybe that can be good, but I don't think that's going to happen. Just because the Xbox goes away doesn't mean Sony is going to stop caring about selling PlayStations. It doesn't mean Nintendo is going to stop caring about selling Switches. And it doesn't mean that people are going to stop buying them either. I wouldn't even call it, dude, it's not even fear-mongering. No, it's not. It's not fear-mongering to say that like Xbox is seemingly closing in on exiting the console market. How is that fear-mongering? Could you fucking imagine what people on the other side of the fence would be saying if Sony was doing this shit? If Sony was struggling to sell consoles and Sony said we're not trying to compete, we're out console, Nintendo and Sony. Could you just imagine what people would be saying? People would be saying, you already see people fucking say it, dude. I've seen dumbasses on the internet claiming that they think Sony's getting ready to go third party. It's like, what the fuck are you smoking? Who are you listening to? Like, where is there any remote indication of that whatsoever? It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Competition, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if what Microsoft's doing is competition. I don't. Because it's like the moves that they're making, they're playing two fucking games at one time. And it's very confusing and very difficult to follow because it's like, okay, which one is the one you're really going towards here? Which one are you actually trying to win here? That's the thing. Like, they're playing two games at once. It's like, which game are you trying to win? Because you're not going to win both. It's literally impossible. They're playing 4D chess. I don't think so, dude. If by playing 4D chess you mean eventually becoming a full-blown third-party publisher, then yeah, they are. But this idea that Xbox fans have in their head that everything Microsoft is doing is to dominate Sony and Nintendo. They're not competing with Sony and Nintendo. I'll say again, they're not competing with Sony and Nintendo because they are bigger than Sony and Nintendo. Again, most valuable company in the world. They are looking at Sony and Nintendo as possible like valuable partners and potential assets that they can leverage. That's how Microsoft is viewing Sony. And that's what's so funny is that you still see so many Xbox players kind of viewing it as like, well, you guys wanted competition. It's like, dude, there isn't fucking competition. There's just not. Like Hellblade 2, I'm telling you. Hellblade 2, remember I'm saying this, it's eventually going to come to PlayStation. It will. It fucking will. I'm not going to wait for that. I'm still going to play it when I want to play it. But it's going to happen. And you know what? You can't say that. You can't, like, even if somebody says, I disagree, there's evidence there that insinuates heavily that could be a reality. But you can't look at Sony or Nintendo and say, oh yeah, Mario is going to come to Xbox. No, it fucking won't. You can't sit there and look at The Last of Us and say The Last of Us is going to come to Xbox. No, it won't. This is if there's one thing that Clobro guy was absolutely dead on about is he said, this is a fucking one-way street, and it is. But who has the most to gain from that one-way street? As a corporation who's looking to maintain their global dominance, their market dominance. And I'm not talking about the gaming market. I'm talking about the market. Like, again, the company that leapfrogs Apple. Who has the most to gain? It's not Sony. Sony will gain something. And so will PlayStation players. Nintendo will gain something. But Microsoft at the end of the day, and this is what I think Xbox fans truly need to try to realize, is that whatever you are considering competition right now is truly temporary. The writing is on the wall, and it couldn't be more clear. So, Disco Cobra got me going. He got me going. Saying 50 million Xboxes sold plus 100 million PCs out there. How come Sony games still outsell Xbox games? Explain that. Why can't Xbox sell more? Well, first off, another big problem that Microsoft is facing right now is they have conditioned... if Game Pass has conditioned their audience to not buy games. That's the thing, dude, is like the Game Pass effect has truly conditioned that side of gaming to not buy games. And that's fine. Like that, again, Microsoft did that intentionally. But I don't know that the Game Pass growth justifies that notion, like that conditioning. Because I'll tell you right now, Sony isn't worried about people not buying games. Neither is Nintendo. Certainly, fucking Nintendo is not worried at all. I'll tell you right now, when it comes to software sales, Nintendo's not worried. Maybe Sony's a little bit worried in the sense of how much they're spending on their own games. But I just think that people need to truly look at this for what it is. And it's that Phil Spencer is a talking head now for Microsoft, where he's going to turn to the Xbox fan base and say what he believes they want to hear, what they need to hear. That's what he does. That's what he will do. And when it comes to the wider company that is Microsoft, if it's not clear by now that they want to buy another publisher, that they want to become a truly unbeatable force when it comes to the amount of games, studios, they want to be the one-stop shop. That's the truth. That's something that came out of the court case that is absolutely true. They want to be a one-stop shop, but they realize that why limit that to just us when we can just, what was once considered competition, we could just use them to make more money. People have said before that Microsoft is playing chess and Sony and Nintendo are playing checkers. And it's like, well, maybe. But the thing is, we're not necessarily going to lose anything if that's the case. Fucking wind's getting crazy out there, bro. Samson, I'm sorry, man. I missed your $5 super chat. You're saying here, no, as a PC/PS5 gamer, I don't want Microsoft to go third party. We need competition that's good for consumers. CLM, competition lives matter. I agree, man. Like, this is what's so weird about even having this conversation about the exclusive lineup, because it's like, I sometimes wonder, we have to think about how Sony might be viewing this, right? Where it's like, why is Sony so quiet? What? Has anybody taken a second to think that maybe Sony has already been operating under the condition that they don't fucking have competition? Like, has anybody thought of that? Because dude, that's something I'm starting to think here, where it's like, think about it. Microsoft is out here going all in with Game Pass, being like, we're the, $11 a month, first party games. Look at all the studios we got. Getting Starfield. Got Call of Duty now. And Sony's just like, yeah, we're going to raise the price of PlayStation Plus. Oh, we're going to get first party games now. No, you're not. Oh. Like, that's not competition. It sucks. Is what the fuck it's. And I know people are like, oh, it's just going to get worse. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I think To be fair, if it gets worse, it's going to get worse across the board. Look at the wider gaming industry, dude. Look at the shit that's going on in the gaming industry right now. It's going to fucking get worse across the board because the gaming industry has hit some kind of fucking ceiling. And the bubble's bursting. And Microsoft is well aware of this. And this is why Microsoft is positioning themselves to pivot in the direction of a third-party publisher. They have the most to gain by doing that. At least for now. At least for now. And I'm just sitting there thinking, if you're Sony and you're hearing, wait, hold on, we might be getting Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush. Like, dude, Hi-Fi Rush Hi-Fi Rush was like the only game that Xbox has had in the past like decade that was like up for consideration for possibly like a game of the year contender. And they're just like, yeah, we'll bring that to PlayStation. Seemingly. And it's like, if you're Sony, like, what exactly would you be worried about? Listen, man, I doubted Microsoft when Microsoft said we're gonna continue to put Call of Duty on PlayStation. Don't worry. When Microsoft said that, I didn't fully believe them. But now I absolutely do. Where I'm like, oh yeah, Call of Duty's not going anywhere. That is their fucking moneymaker, man. Just like Minecraft. Just like Sea of Thieves, I guess, will be at some point. And this is just where it's like, what Microsoft is probably hoping for at some point, more than anything, is that maybe not Nintendo, but Sony does the same thing and says, well, you know what? Fuck, man, that's money on the table. Let's go for it. At least with some stuff. I said it in one of my previous streams. I'll say it again, dude. Microsoft views the PS5 the same way that Sony views the PC. It's a place where they can go put their games to make more money when the games that they released are not making them money or gaining them subscribers. Hellblade 2 on Xbox? Oh, MBG's begging for Hellblade 2 on PlayStation. No, I'm not. I assure you, I will fucking play Hellblade 2 on Xbox when it comes out, or PC. But it's cool, man. It's cool because at the end of the day, if there's something that people should, by this point in time, be well aware of, is that these corporations, Sony included, are going to do what they need to do for their business, for future growth. They don't care about your takes online. They don't care about mine. They don't care about yours. They don't care about your opinions. They don't care. Hell, to a certain extent, they don't even care about your business if they feel like there's a wider market out there they can chase. We need to keep this in mind when we have these conversations. But all right, let me see. Samson, thank you so much, man. Samson is keeping the membership train going today. He brings us up to 76. Guys, you guys are unbelievable. 76 members. Samson, thank you so much, man, for choosing to become a member. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. That's something else that came up, though, recently. I saw people bring up, they're like, well, is Microsoft just trying to bring games like Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush to, so that way they can convince regulators that, see, we're going to become a third party and we can buy another publisher or something. Maybe. We have Exley Trismegistus coming in, dropping another 5-bomb on us. He does it. And then Corey the Legend Landiga drops another 10-bomb. We're so close. We're so close. That's 15 memberships gifted just like that. Exley and Corey the Legends back to back. Always doing some heavy lifting for the community. Thank you guys so much. That brings us up to 91 members. 91 members. So we're just 9 away from crushing 100 members. I can't believe that. Thank you guys so much. Let me add that here. And I have a couple of milestone chats I have to read. Let me see. Exley and Corey, bro, you guys really can't thank you guys enough for all the support you have continued to show the channel. Seriously. And the streams. Lock PSB, a member for 6 months, says people forget that Microsoft has 40 plus studios now, and I'm sure that Game Pass and retail sales of their first party games are not sustaining that. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, man, is people like kind of don't seem to realize that the companies that are hurting the most right now, or not necessarily hurting the most, but beginning to really feel the impact of the bubble kind of bursting, are the bigger companies with a lot of overhead. And Microsoft has like the most amount of overhead than anybody else here. And it's like, they have to justify that. They can't just because they are a multi-trillion-dollar company doesn't mean that they can turn to their shareholders and say, yeah, don't worry about them. Yeah, we're losing money like crazy on Xbox, but don't worry about it. They can't do that. Like, they can for a little while, but they gotta, like, they have to rapidly turn it around so they can start turning to their investors and say, we're making money. Now, granted, the Xbox division is making a lot of money. They are, but it's like with the level of growth that's happening for the Xbox brand, on top of the cost of game development increasing, the prices of everything are raising. It's like Microsoft has to find a way to keep up with that. So, yes, starting to sell some of their games on consoles that have massive install bases. Well, duh. You know, there's a good way to make money. Maybe. Dude, I'll tell you right now, I am going to be so interested to see if games like Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves, is Sea of Thieves free to play, by the way? But Hi-Fi Rush, when these games release, if they do on PlayStation, I am so curious to see what happens. Like, do they sell? Do people actually buy them? Like, does Microsoft look at that and be like, oh my God, we sold like double the amount? Every PlayStation player should buy Hi-Fi Rush. Send the message to Microsoft that we buy games. We will buy games. How funny would that be, man? We also have Jake Skew 27. I almost missed this, man. Jake Skew is keeping the membership train going today. He drops another membership gift. He brings us up to 92 members. 92. So Jake, thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate all the love. Yeah, do you think Microsoft's going to bring Redfall to PlayStation? God damn. There's no way. There's no way that they could. I feel like Redfall is a situation where it's like, do you really want to bring that to PlayStation? I don't think so. I don't think so. You think they will? It would be very funny. It would be very. I'm gonna buy Redfall and praise it. Be like, Redfall's so great, guys. At least the PlayStation version. No, I still would not touch Redfall, frankly. And we got Corey the Legend Landiga dropping another 5-bomb on us. Corey drops another 5, and we have Codename X. Codename X coming out of nowhere, dropping another 5. That's 10 memberships gifted. We just blew right past the 100 member mark. And then Steven Leon drops another 10-bomb. Well, time. Corey, this one's for you, man. This one's for you. Get some reps. We'll do some curls this time, all right? I would stand up, but, you know, 112 members. You guys are insane. Dude, you guys are really making me work for it today, though. Fake weights? Fake weights? They're not fucking fake, bro. I'm feeling this shit. These are not fake. You'll know. You'll know by the time I'm done. You'll hear how out of breath I am. You're like, okay, maybe they're not fake. Do hammer curls work your triceps? No, mostly your biceps. The outer head. Feeling it. If MBG gets in a box, I'm done. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. Ah, it burns. I don't know how many reps that was, but thank you guys so much, man. 112 members. I gotta update that. You guys are crazy. Push through, dude. I'm like trying not to get too close to failure, because if I do, I'm not even gonna be able to function next stream. I don't know. How do you guys feel about going to reaching true failure? I'm of the mind that you don't have to go completely to failure, where you can't do another single rep without your muscle tearing or something. The way I do it is you're saying the best way to grow is to failure. I try to get to where I'm at that point where I could, if I really gave it everything I have, I could do one or two more. But I always I don't know, maybe I should try to push harder. Go to failure every set. My whole thing is, when I've tried to do that in the past, it burns out my nervous system too quickly to where I can't recover quick enough. When I go to you're saying 90% failure. That's kind of where I linger. Going to 100% failure every time, it makes it so, well, I got to take 2 rest days. Dude, going to true failure on leg day, oh man. Physically impossible to go to complete failure every set. Yeah. Maybe not true complete failure. I think that's just detrimental at that point, but basically to where it hurts real bad. The Xbox toaster can't even cook toast properly. That's amazing. But yeah, thank you guys so much for all of your support today. I got way off with the main topic of conversation, which was supposed to be comparing the exclusive lineup. So you guys will have to forgive me for that. All right, but I just I just can't help but continue this conversation and kind of go in this direction of talking about where Microsoft is headed, because it's I don't know, there's just so much toxicity surrounding this conversation that it's honestly, I kind of want to dive into it. I do. And I just want to be done with the whole trying to be fair and reasonable thing, because the only thing trying to be fair and reasonable gets me is somehow still just still being met with the ridiculous nonsense. So it's well, all right, I guess it's to be expected. But Kevin G, I don't know if I actually read your milestone chat here. Thank you. Member for 10 months. Kevin G says it's because Microsoft has to put it everywhere. They need more sales. Same with some PlayStation games on PC. I don't see Nintendo doing this. Yeah, I mean, when you break it all down, man, that's probably again, Occam's razor says that's exactly what it comes down to. Microsoft's numbers are not good sales-wise. People are just not buying games. So to fix that, they have to start selling their games on other storefronts, other platforms, to improve those numbers and to recoup costs. It is true that Sony is doing that exact same thing on PC. So it's not like Sony is completely uh, avoiding that. But I do not see, truthfully, a reality where Sony's like, yeah, we'll start putting some of our games on Xbox. Why would they, dude? PC it has such a bigger install base than the Xbox console. Like, frankly, it would be a waste of time, I bet you, for Sony. Like, Sony probably couldn't even justify taking the time needed to port their games to the Xbox console because the install base probably doesn't justify it. When it comes to PC, the install base absolutely justifies it. MLB The Show, to be clear, they had to do that. They were forced by the MLB. The MLB said, if you don't do this, we're taking the license. But I'm assuming it does fine on Xbox, but I can't imagine it's like doing like shockingly good numbers, you know? Jake Skull, you're saying you got to leave, man. It's all good. I appreciate you stopping by. We got Garrett Green, a member for 6 months, saying PlayStation is Sony's biggest moneymaker, so they invest in it. Xbox is like a redheaded stepchild for Microsoft. It used to be that way, honestly, Garrett. Like, it used to be that way for Microsoft, but Microsoft now views the Xbox. The gaming division of Microsoft is just as important now as any of their other divisions. This is why I said earlier that Phil Spencer's just a talking head now, man. Like, he will do what Microsoft needs him to do. You know, when Microsoft says, like, we need you to start putting more of your games everywhere, we need you to start making more money in this area, we need to see growth, like significant growth in Game Pass. If not, we're going to have to figure something out. Phil, yeah, of course, he's going to appease that. You know, he's going to do what he has to do. Why wouldn't he? He's the head of gaming at Microsoft. He's not the head of Xbox. He understands how big gaming is and how big Microsoft is and how big Microsoft's ambitions are in the gaming space. I'm not saying that Sony's ambitions aren't big either, but it's just Sony is a different company than Microsoft is. They're not on the same level. They're just not. Microsoft trounces Sony in terms of the size of their company, but Sony's still a behemoth of a company. So because of that, Sony still has large ambitions, big ambitions. It's just they're not the same as Microsoft's. They're just not. And that's also because Sony hasn't faced the same challenges that Microsoft has, or at least when they did, they overcame them successfully. And the challenges that I'm referring to are, okay, what do you do when your console's not selling? Okay, what do you do when people are not happy with your games? You know, Sony, it was trial by fire at the end of the PS3 era, the beginning of the PS4 era, and they nailed it. And Microsoft had that opportunity at the beginning of the Xbox One era, and they didn't. You know, if you say that they've made a comeback now, well, it took a long time, and it also came at the price of a complete shift in philosophy regarding how they even approach gaming, let alone the console, right? So, but Garrett, to get back to what you said, man, Microsoft is fully invested in the Xbox brand, and because of that, we can expect some major changes, even still now, especially now that they have one of the biggest publishers in the world. We have Digital Dude 25, and he says Xbox games are trash on Xbox, and they'll be trash on PlayStation. Porting them over won't make a difference. They'll still be trash. I mean, games like Redfall, yeah. Games see, I absolutely believe games like Hi-Fi Rush will come over, because Hi-Fi Rush, I don't consider Hi-Fi Rush trash. I mean, I understand that some people really are just not fond of literally anything Xbox does. But to me, it's like, that is one of the games where if you're Microsoft, it's like, well, this game, I came across a statistic recently. I think it was shared by Matt Piscatella, who does like the NPD report or Circana or whatever. And it, I don't have, I don't have it in front of me right now, but basically what the statistic said is that no one fucking bought Hi-Fi Rush on Xbox. Like no one bought that game. Literally, like no one. It was in like 276th place or some shit like that. It was like less than 1% of Xbox players bought that game. And if you're Microsoft, you probably want to die inside because you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Like we finally have a critically acclaimed game, a high quality game, and you guys and it's still like it's not even like a little flop. Like it fucking completely flops. No, dude, no wonder why they're bringing that shit to other consoles because they're like, fuck you guys. Dude, Microsoft's like turning to their own fan base and be like, you guys won't buy it. Fuck. That's crazy though. That's crazy that this is the reality of it where it's like I don't even know that. Like here's a question I have. A game like Hellblade. I think that's going to be a $70 game. How is that going to sell on Xbox? Cuz from what I can tell it looks like a lot of money went into Hellblade. A lot of money went into that game. Now of course it's going to drop on Game Pass. But how many subscribers is Hellblade going to get Xbox Game Pass? How many of those subscribers are going to stick around month after month after month? How much money are they potentially going to lose on putting Hellblade 2 into Game Pass? Do they care? Of course they care. Of course they care. Microsoft is not in the business of making money or making games to lose money on them. They're in the business of making money off of games, just like Sony, just like Nintendo. So when I say that I fully anticipate eventually Hellblade will come to PlayStation, you think Microsoft doesn't realize that, holy shit, this game probably would sell great on PlayStation? Because this is the exact type of game that PlayStation players like. Saying my logic is off? I don't think so. My logic is pretty simple. My logic is Microsoft wants to make money on their games. That it's as simple as that. I think that's pretty sound logic. Like if that wasn't their goal, I would be shocked. Paul Rodriguez also says my logic is off. All right, well, what is the logic then? What is the correct logical assumption here? How much did Hellblade 1 even sell? I'm not sure. I know Hellblade 1 was very critically acclaimed. I don't know how well it sold. What about the money you make monthly on Game Pass when you don't release a game? I get what you're saying, but that's the thing is Microsoft invested in like 40 plus studios to make sure that they have a game at like not every I don't know if every month is the way to put it, but every quarter at least. And it's like, well, that's going to be expensive to keep up with. No way. You're saying Hellblade 1 sold less than 1 million? No. Don't tell me that. That actually makes me kind of sad. Over 1 million copies across all platforms by June 2018. So the game came out. Hellblade came out in 2017. So in less than a year, it sold over 1 million copies. So it's probably at like 1.5 or 2 million copies, which for that game is probably pretty good. I don't know that the budget for that game was like astronomical. DJ Bruntmeyer, member for 6 months, says, sorry I missed most of the stream. What's the count for exclusives per system? I will rewatch the entire stream later. So yeah, getting back to this, let me see. For Xbox, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For PlayStation, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Um, trying to take into account across the board, like every first, second, third party console exclusive game that's not coming to the competition. It's 14 up against 10. So let's dive. You're saying I missed a few for Xbox. I don't think so. Let me go over again. Hellblade 2, Avowed, Flight Simulator 2024, Stalker 2, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Towerborn, Indiana Jones, possibly 33 Immortals, Palworld, and Arc 2. I don't think I missed any for Xbox. At least at this point in time. I think I got them all. So Hellblade 2 to me is the standout one for Xbox. Avowed, I know a lot of people are excited for Avowed. I don't give a fuck about Avowed, dude. Like, I don't see what... I mean, I guess I could see why people are excited about it, but I just... It's hard for me to care. Replaced... Is Replaced a... Is that a game I missed? Okay, that is an exclusive, and Replaced delayed until 2024. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about this game. So I'll throw that one on there too. All right, so that's 11 now for Xbox. I'm like unfamiliar with so many of these games. Ara. Is Ara another one? Let me see. Ara is Oxide Interactive. Okay. That's going to be an Xbox game. It says it's Microsoft Windows. Published by Xbox Game Studios. Release date. All right, so I'll throw that one on there too. Is that the game that they're teasing for the... Are we counting time exclusives? Yeah, we are. Just for the sake of simplicity. Yeah, I saw that Oxide Games was going to be at the Direct. So, I think that'll probably come out this year. MBG, yesterday you said you would play it if it was a PS game on PC Game Pass. I didn't say I would play it if it was on PC Game Pass. Look, if Avowed was a PlayStation exclusive, I would look at it and say, yeah, maybe I'll try it because it's already on my platform. But I can tell you right now, it would be forced. Like, that would be one of those games. So, for example, I said maybe I'll try out Grand Blue Fantasy Relink because there's a free demo on PlayStation. It's like, okay, I'll download that free demo and maybe try it, assuming I'm just not going to like it because it just does not fucking appeal to me. It just doesn't. If I play it, I'm like, wow, this is actually really fun. I didn't expect this. Then great. But Avowed is no different to me than Grand Blue Fantasy Relink in that I just don't see it. It's just not speaking to me. It's just not. Now, if there was a free Avowed demo on PlayStation, yeah, sure, I'd download it, give it a shot. But I don't play. To me, Avowed reminds me a lot of like Skyrim, And I've already talked to you guys extensively about how I'm not into Bethesda RPGs. I never have been. I never will be. I just don't get it. And I'll be honest, at this point in time, I'm fucking glad I didn't play Starfield. I'm glad I didn't listen to the people that were like, play it, man, play it. I'm like, no, I know I'm not going to like this game. And yeah, it's just not for me. So looking at the Xbox side of things, Hellblade 2 will probably come out later this year. Avowed probably a little bit later this year. Flight Simulator, I guess that'll have its audience. Stalker 2 apparently is coming out soon. I don't know what Dungeons of Hinterberg is. Towerborn, I feel like I remember seeing that. It looks pretty decent. Indiana Jones would be a big one. Like, to me, if Indiana Jones ends up coming out this year, that would be, that would really help, I think, push Microsoft's slate like to the next level if it's good, right? Like, where it's like, okay, they got a lot of good games coming this year for their players. Am I going to play the Suicide Squad game? No, dude. Sorry, no. I was watching gameplay. I'm looking at that fucking UI. I'm like, dude, what are they thinking? And it's like, no offense to anybody who's enjoying it. I'm just like, this is not for me. I am good. I kind of can't believe this is the end result of what Rocksteady's been working on. But and that's not me jumping on the hate train, right? Like I know it's like there's like hate bandwagons. It's like no, like I just legitimately I have no interest in playing as these characters and playing this game. I'm not saying the HUD is like what's doing it. Like, oh, I can't stand that HUD, so I'm not going to play it. No, I'm just saying it's like that to me was just also kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? So then we got 33 Immortals, Pal World, Arc. I don't think Arc 2 is coming out this year, guys. Maybe it will, but I don't think so. Replaced an Era. So how would you guys grade this lineup for Xbox? A, B, C, or D? Or S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, or lower? Hellblade 2, Avowed, Flight Simulator, Stalker 2, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Towerborn, Indiana Jones, 33 Immortals, Pal World, Arc 2 Replaced Era. B tier, A plus, C, B, A. Seeing a lot of A's. So for me, I think this is looking like an A for Xbox this year because assuming like none of these games get delayed and if Indiana Jones does make it and it looks good and it's going to be good, then yeah, to me this is an A. Like that's a pretty packed year. But to me that the real question comes down to Avowed and Indiana Jones. To me, in order for this to be an A year for Avowed and Indiana Jones or for Xbox, Avowed and Indiana Jones have to be really good. You know, like they can't be subpar, mediocre. They have to be good. And again, I feel like Hellblade will be good. Everything always sounds like an until the game's actual release from Xbox. And you're like, what the fuck is this subpar garbage? No, I don't think anything. I'm not. I mean, most of what I'm listing here, nothing sounds like subpar garbage. Not to me. Like I don't think Avowed is going to be subpar garbage. I just don't know that Avowed is also going to be like a critical, like a massive critically acclaimed game either. Not saying that necessarily even matters to the consumer, but it's just there's a lot. I think there's just a lot of expectation around these games. But I'm telling you guys, remember I'm saying this. I think Hellblade's going to be a standout game. Like I think Microsoft is going to rally behind Hellblade as they should. Could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking. It's an Obsidian game. It'll be critically acclaimed. Yeah, well, yeah. I might have to rewatch the gameplay trailer that they released. It might be that. I don't know that that what I saw of Avowed really kind of stuck in my head. Like I don't know that I'm seeing it clearly. Maybe I'll have to rewatch it. But you're right. It is an Obsidian games, and Obsidian they're a pretty well respected studio. So maybe the two standouts could end up being Avowed and Hellblade. But either way, it's looking like it's a particularly stronger year for Xbox. Again, I remember Xbox. Their worst year was easily 2022. They improved a lot in 2023. And then 2024 seems like it might be them kind of finally hitting a stride, you know? Now, when I look at PlayStation's lineup here, well, let me read these super chats from Josh. Thank you so much for these, buddy. You're saying here, I finally moved into my new house, MBG, and got the monster OLED on the wall. My gaming VR setup is going ballistic right now. I took down this sea monster in RE4 VR and restarted Ragnarok to play Valhalla. Sorry I haven't been supporting the channel as of late. Times are tight these days, but I've been doing a bit of multiplayer prepping for Helldivers 2. Well, first off, Josh, you don't ever have to apologize for that, man. I appreciate any of the support that any of you guys show. I know some people are able to do it at different times when they're, able to, and other times not so much. Trust me, I've been there. I know what it's like. Times are uh, tough these days when it comes to finances for a lot of people, and it's totally understandable. But the fact that you still are showing support, I really appreciate that, man. And I'm glad to hear that you're in your new house. It sounds like you're doing a lot of gaming, man. And monster OLED on the wall. Does it really get any better than that? And I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying RE4 VR as well. And yeah, we'll see what Helldivers ends up doing, man. I hope Helldivers ends up being a kind of like a hidden gem. I hope it does, because I don't know if people know this, but the first Helldivers actually is I think it got pretty good review scores, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Helldivers Metacritic 81 Metascore. User rating 8.0. So, not bad. I mean, not phenomenal, but pretty solid overall. Let's see if Helldivers 2 can go beyond that. So I appreciate it, Josh. Thank you. Let me look here at the PlayStation lineup. PlayStation's exclusive lineup: The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, Concord, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Stellar Blade, Pacific Drive, Phantom Blade Zero, Lost Soul Aside, Sword of the Sea, Foam Stars, and Baby Steps. Well, it's pretty obvious that Baby Steps is going to fucking destroy anything that comes out this year. That should be obvious, so we'll get the obvious out of the way. But on a more serious note, I'm looking at this lineup from PlayStation. If there's one thing that Microsoft does have over Sony right now, absolutely. And it saddens me to say this just because I wish Sony was able to bridge this gap right now, and maybe they will, but Microsoft has more internal studio games coming, obviously, than Sony does. The only internal studio game here is Concord. But putting that aside, look, I'm just gonna be real right now. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy VII Rebirth wipes out everything here. I know that not everybody's into Final Fantasy. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake. I've been following Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it's not even a Sony game. Sony locked it down as an exclusive, but it's not a Sony game. It's a Square game. I'm pretty sure Rebirth is going to overshadow everything here. Like literally everything on Xbox's and PlayStation's list. I do think that. I think that, again, Hellblade 2 will be a Game of the Year contender and will be a standout Game of the Year. But I really think Final Fantasy is going to be the game. Like, until something else comes in on the list here from Microsoft or Sony, I just don't think anything can really truly compete with Rebirth. Which is, it just goes to show, like, the excitement for that game. You're saying in sales? Yes. No, I don't even know if it's going to be just in sales. I think I'm talking like critical acclaim as well. Like across the board. Alex Gaming says Sony's lineup obliterates Xbox's lineup. I don't know that it obliterates it. I mean, who has the stronger lineup? It is hard to determine because we don't know. Well, for me, like, there are a couple of things here for PlayStation that immediately make me say, like, for example, Xbox isn't going to have Silent Hill 2 Remake. You guys know how I feel about Silent Hill. But they're also not going to have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Rise of the Ronin looks very good to me. I'm hoping Helldivers 2 turns out good. That Phantom Blade Zero game, man, we got to see more of that. That shit looks insane. On Xbox, Stalker 2 looks really good, I will say. But dude, I'm going to be honest. If Stalker 2 turns out, it's going to be a fucking 3-month exclusive, I'm not even counting that game. So I got to look into that. Let me look into that now. Stalker 2 PS5. It's from 12 months ago. Is there a possibility of Stalker 2 coming to consoles like PS5 and PS4? It's been confirmed by GSC Game Studios that they have absolutely no plans to release a PS5 version. The war on Ukraine is the main reason. It's been a nightmare just to get it out on the planned consoles. Microsoft has been funding them. And the 3-month exclusivity deal is no longer a thing. It was just leaked. It was a leaked document, but Microsoft has essentially kept funding to keep this exclusive to Xbox and PC. Okay, so it sounds like that may have changed. It sounds like Stalker 2, it may not be a 3-month exclusive now, which I think would be a smart move on Microsoft's part because that game does look pretty damn good. So Hellblade 2, Stalker 2, not interested in Avowed, not interested in Flight Simulator. I'm not interested in Dungeons of Hinterberg. I don't even know what that is. Towerborn, I'd have to see more of it. I can't say that that's probably not a game that would get me to jump over the Xbox. Indiana Jones, very interested in seeing that. 33 Immortals, don't know what that is. Pal World, don't know. Arc 2, don't care. Replaced, not sure. There's like a lot of games on this list I have to see. Like I'd have to look into. For PlayStation, probably not going to have any interest in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Concord is a question mark. I'm interested in seeing Concord and I want to root for it, but I don't. Concord could end up being a game that I'm not at all interested in, depending. Stellar Blade, I'm pretty interested in it. It's looking pretty good. Pacific Drive, can't say I'm interested in that right now. Phantom Blade Zero, I'm interested in. Lost Soul aside, kind of unsure. I don't know that I'm interested in that. Sword of the Sea, not interested. Foam Stars, absolutely. Baby Steps, absolutely. Now, Baby Steps, I don't know. Probably not. But Foam Stars, I don't see myself playing Foam Stars. I'll be honest. If I play Foam Stars, it's just going to be as kind of a joke. If it turns out to be really good, though, that would be funny. So, I don't know, man. My kind of takeaway here is I think for me, it's the combo of FF7 Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, and Silent Hill 2 Remake that, for right now, is going to make it so that PlayStation has, for me, the stronger lineup. Like that, Hellblade 2, yes, Stalker 2, yes, but I'll be honest, beyond those two games, I can't say that I can't look at this Xbox lineup and say that, yeah, this is fucking incredible. Because I don't know. Like I'd have to look into these games a little bit more, but I doubt that 33 Immortals or Pal World or Towerborn are going to make me go, oh yeah, I'm more excited for those than Rise of the Ronin or something. I don't think that will happen. I get this strong feeling that Phantom Blade Zero is not coming out this year. You're saying Pal World's a hitter? Maybe I have to Pal World. That's such a strange name. Oh my god, this game looks insane. is this that game that looked just like it's like Pokemon with guns? Oh shit. Okay, hold on though. I think Power World is going to be an Xbox exclusive, at least timed. Early access, I think. Let me see. This is that Pokemon with guns game. It's launching in the early access. It won't get a multi-platform release until... Or actually, there hasn't been any word about PlayStation at all yet. So we don't know. So right now it's just an Xbox game. Fernando Harada, member for 6 months, says, I don't know if anyone asked about that. We are less than a month away from Helldivers 2 with no beta, no network testing. Isn't this concerning? It is a little weird. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit frustrated with the way Sony is seemingly treating Helldivers 2, where it's like, can you please shine a light on this game? Like, please? Like, do you not want this game to succeed? Like, Sony's hardly marketing it. And I think that this is a game. Look, I'm not saying it's going to be a heavy hitter, but it's like, it's a live service game that you're publishing. You marketed Foam Stars more than this. Not Foam Stars, sorry. Destruction All Stars. Fuck. What are you doing, Sony? It's frustrating to witness. The day that Destruction All Stars gets a bigger marketing push than Helldivers 2, Sony, get your shit together, man. I mean, really though. But I think Helldivers 2 could be a surprise hit. Maybe it's a under promise over deliver type of game. Phantom Blade has a demo this year. Oh yeah, true. Oh man. Yeah, I hope that Sony ramps up the marketing for Helldivers soon, because dude, we're less than a month away from this game launching, and I'm afraid that it's just gonna go. I don't want it to go unnoticed, because it's like the game looks pretty fun, man. It looks solid, and it's a $40 game too. It's not even like they're asking for full price. All right, so guys, who do we think has the stronger lineup this year? PlayStation or Xbox? I say PlayStation. Well, I mean, I'm a PlayStation fanboy, so of course I'm going to say PlayStation. But fanboy stuff aside, I can honestly say that there are more games Sony has coming that I'm interested in than Microsoft. At least right now for 2024. JT, you're saying Xbox? Okay. It's a tie? Okay. Yeah, that works. A tie. Maxime says Xbox. Ansel says PlayStation. Stay Frosty said it's even for them. Xbox by far. Depends on what you like. You're saying you're a Final Fantasy fanboy, so easy. I mean, yeah, dude. To me, Final Fantasy VII is what's frankly making Sony's lineup right now. Like, Sony's lineup would still look pretty good without it, in my opinion. Like, they'd still have some good stuff there. But to me, it's like, dude, if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is like the ace up Sony's sleeve right now, in my opinion. But the real question, I guess, is it enough? How do we feel about that? Like, for both Sony and Microsoft, is it enough? Here's what I don't understand. And this is, I'm looking to have a more constructive conversation here, although something tells me it's just going to end up being purely destructive. And it's just something I'm trying to figure out. When we look at these lineups back to back, right? For the people who are saying that, like, I've seen so many people saying, like, dude, Xbox is, like, I don't know, they've just been acting like Xbox has, like, a fucking, just a copious, unbelievable amount of games coming this year. And I'm looking at these lists, and I'm like, well, they're actually both pretty even. Microsoft has a few more of their own studios dropping games. Microsoft Studios games, Hellblade, Avowed. Possibly Indiana Jones. Like, from studios they own, unless there's one I'm missing here. To whereas with Sony, they have, so it's like 1 against 3. Sony has Concord. So my question is this. You're saying first party is what they were talking about, but even then, it's not. I mean, I guess that there is a pretty big disparity where it's like, okay, well, Concord. So if we're just talking like owned studios, it's Concord up against Hellblade and Avowed, maybe Indiana Jones. Actually, you're saying you disagree. They have a ton of great games: Rise of the Ronin, Stellar Blade, Silent Hill. Yeah. Dude, I think Rise of the Ronin could be a if it. I don't know. I don't want it to end up being disappointing, but I think it's going to be really fucking good. Maybe I'll end up wrong. I'd be sad to be wrong about that. But Rise of the Ronin looks very good to me. But then again, people have tried to tell me like, well, Team Ninja, it's kind of somewhat hit or miss. The burger looks so good. Yeah, we need to see what went into those burger physics. So not owned studios doesn't count. Well, I guess I'm just diving deeper into the weeds of this conversation where it's like I'm just trying to figure out why people are so down on Sony and so up on Microsoft when I'm laying out these list of games here, and it's like I'm just a little confused. That's all. I'm just like if it really does come down to it's because there aren't Sony owned studios on there. Like Sony doesn't have like that big killer single player game, right, from one of their big hitting studios. I get that. I think that makes sense, but I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out like what is so stellar about either of these lists. Because I see people on both sides where it's like a lot of people saying they think Sony's lineup looks better. I see people on the other side saying they think Microsoft's lineup looks better. Saying Final Fantasy is stellar. I mean, saying the ABK deal maybe is what's doing it. The potential of even more games. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense too. Yeah. Yeah, Microsoft hasn't said anything about ABK yet. Microsoft has no release dates. Hanzo's asking, what are we comparing? Basically just comparing the exclusive lineup for Sony and Microsoft in 2024. I'm just reading the chat right now. You're saying third-party exclusives count. Sony paid money for them, so they count. Doesn't matter if it's first party or third party. Stop moving the goalpost. Xbox claimed third-party exclusives. No, I to be clear, like I am counting all of them. I am. I'm just trying to understand the general sentiment, because the general sentiment seems to be that like, dude, it is just like the cool thing to do is to kind of look down upon PlayStation. And I'm like, well, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't like what is so bad about it literally doesn't make sense to me. And I'm trying to make sense of something that to me doesn't make any sense. And maybe that's why it's just not going to happen, because it's like, it just doesn't make any sense. You're saying it's actually quite annoying that Xbox hasn't said anything about ABK games going into Game Pass or new projects. Yeah, I am assuming they're saving it for like a showcase or something. And that's why they haven't said much. You're saying, see, this is interesting to me. Joker, you're saying PlayStation's looking spooky based on they have no first party dropping. But like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like that's where I feel like sometimes it's like saying, well, my only reason for buying a console like if you're interested in buying a console, is just for the studios that they own make like releasing exclusive games. But in reality, it's like, dude, a lot of people probably bought PS4s for Final Fantasy VII Remake. A lot of people are probably going to buy PS5s for Rebirth. And it's like, I can't, I'm sorry, like, I just can't sit here and pretend like that doesn't mean anything because Sony doesn't own that IP or game. Yeah, they don't own it, but it's like they're fucking using that shit to move units to get people onto their platform. I mean, hell, like if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was a fucking Xbox exclusive, I'd fucking be there day one. You know? And I promise you, if Rebirth was an Xbox exclusive, people would be talking about it in that sense. It's like, oh, yeah, it's exclusive to Xbox. So I think we got to get away from that conversation. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I think we got to get away from that conversation because does Sony need to start announcing more games from their own studios? Yes, absolutely. But I think these are just two separate problems, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Two separate things. One's a problem, one isn't. The problem is that Sony doesn't have a roadmap from their own internal studios. The problem isn't that Sony doesn't have games. At least in my opinion. You're saying the conversation was a way to slander no more, no less. Devil Shooter, what are you talking about? Saying you think if Final Fantasy was an Xbox exclusive IP, you wouldn't have tried it in the first place. I think that's a good thought exercise. Like if Xbox announced way back when that Final Fantasy VII Remake was going to be exclusive to Xbox One, how many people who bought PS4s for that would have bought Xbox Ones instead? Because I didn't play Final Fantasy VII Remake even when it was exclusive to PlayStation. Honestly, it was Final Fantasy fans pushing me to play it that did it. Funny enough. Like I remember when Final Fantasy 16 was announced at the PS5 showcase, and I was just like, I'm not a Final Fantasy fan. And then it ended up being like one of my favorite games that I played in last year when it came out. You're saying the first party conversation? Well, yeah, I'll be honest, man. Like this wasn't my first choice of conversation topics, but I'll be real. Like there's not a whole lot going on. Like Sony isn't doing anything right now. Microsoft, it's not that Microsoft isn't doing anything. It's that they're not doing anything until next week. Microsoft has their show this Thursday. So like right now, there's just not, it's normal. It's pretty normal in January. Because I'll be honest, like at the end of the day, I don't really give that much of a shit about who actually has the stronger lineup. Because it's like, well, I'm just going to gravitate towards what I want to play, as I'm sure like 99% of people will. But it's still, in the name of competition, I said earlier that they're really, Microsoft isn't really competing with Sony. And I guess it's like, well, yeah, I don't think that they are in the traditional sense, but not everything has happened all at once. So it's like the fact that games like Avowed and Hellblade and Indiana Jones, like these games are still going to apparently be exclusive to Game Pass and the Xbox ecosystem, at least for a long time. If they're not going to be exclusive, like if they're going to end up being multi-platform, we have no idea when, if ever. So it's like, yeah, there is still some semblance of competition there, but we'll see. Here comes Boss. Hello, Boss. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for, once again, always choosing to sit directly on my mouse. Bro. Guys, I've been working on a little bit of merch. I told you guys that I wanted to try to do some new merch in January. I don't know when it's going to launch exactly, but I'm in the process, and I got some Boss merch I'm working on. Well, that Mrs. MBG was working on, and I think it turned out really fucking good. So I'll let you know when that's gonna drop. You're saying Xbots just make up these crazy narratives and act like people believe them? Yeah, dude, there's been some wild narratives out there. Like, you know what I've learned about this shit is that so listen, one of the most important things to keep in mind when you're following anybody on the internet, me included, I'm not excluded from this. But it is the truth. And I think everybody to a certain extent is aware of this, but sometimes it seems like maybe people forget. Anybody who is out here, chiming into the conversation, okay, boss, there's no way you're trying to chew my wires. Literally on my desk, I'm looking at you. All right, come on. You got to get down. You can't chew my wires. He's trying to kill the stream. Here, come down here. There we go. Anyway, without boss rudely chewing my wires. I was just gonna say that, like, oh yeah. Titus Crow, you're saying I gave you some free merch. I drew the MBG clown head ages back and sent it to you. Dude, I totally, you know what, man? That's my fault. I totally forgot about that. I wasn't doing anything with new merch at that time. I have to, dude, I don't, maybe you can resend that to me. I don't know if I'll have to check if I have that saved, but I remember you sending that. That was actually pretty damn funny. Shit. I apologize for that, Titus. But that was a good drawing. I should have it saved somewhere. You still got it? Yeah, see if you can resend that to me. I'll see if I can do something with it. Thank you for reminding me. Please don't mute my mic, boss. Boss, why are you causing chaos? Anyway, what I was trying to say is that, everybody's in it to gain something. Okay? Like, everybody's in it to gain something. And that is just the truth, man. It should be, I know it is obvious to a lot of people, but maybe to some people it's not so obvious. And it's like, people, once they find something that works for them, they'll cling to it. It's human nature. I'm not blaming anybody for this, to be clear. It's human nature. This is what people do. But seeing what's happening right now, there are like people who are trying to capitalize on certain things, like, oh, well, this is now the popular thing to do or the cool thing to do. And you start to see people where it's like they just kind of come out of the woodwork, and it's just the cyclical nature of these things. But from what I can tell, a lot of people are just talking fucking nonsense, man, where it's not, and when I say talking nonsense, I'll just be honest, like, they're just straight up unfair. That's what it comes down to, is like, so many people are disingenuous and unfair where it's like, you want to talk about moving goalposts? Yeah, they will move the fucking goal. Like, they will literally move it to a place where you'll never reach it, as long as they can continue to construct a conversation in a way that makes it so they're on the winning side, or they're right and they're correct and it's like, there's just no room for, like, you know what? It's kind of, it's in a way, it's no different than the way people have talked to me about, like, they say, this is what you're like with Xbox. And maybe that's true. But as I said, it's human nature, man. No one's perfect. No one's perfectly fair. No one is. But it's just the way it is, you know, and the tides shift and they change and people shift and change with them. But I guess it all comes down to what matters to you. But lately, yeah, I've been seeing some just whack shit out there, straight up. Like we're just like, what the fuck is going on? Subtext, you're saying not to open the whole Pandora's box in The Last of Us 2, but how interested are you in the new Last of Us 2 grounded documentary? I'm very interested, actually. That to me is a relevant question to ask because I didn't think they were doing that again. I noticed that PlayStation didn't, not yet anyway. They didn't advertise this on their channel. It was just Naughty Dog advertising it on the channel. And you know, speaking of which, guys, I put out a tweet yesterday that went viral. Like I just was not expecting this. And the tweet that I put out was a picture of Joel carrying Ellie, and I asked the question, was Joel right? And the last time I checked, it was over 5 million views, man. And I'm like, what? I did not think that a question like this would go viral like that, but god damn, the replies, man. You want to talk about people feeling passionate? Was Joel right? And it's like, I mean, it reaffirms to me, dude, that The Last of Us is like the most divisive thing ever. It is. Like it really is. So subtext, yeah, I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, this is why I keep my Twitter. Yeah, because it's like, dude, that is now my most viewed tweet ever. And it was just literally something I took 10 seconds to think. I was like, what would, you know, be an interesting conversation starter? And that's just what I did. And I was like, holy fuck. Like I didn't think it would go in this direction. But I am gonna watch the maybe we could react to it together or something. Because I wanna see. Like I do. I wanna see, and they definitely hinted at this. They're like, yeah, we're gonna kill Joel. Of course we're gonna do it. And like we're gonna piss a lot of people off. It's like I wanna see, like, show it to us. Show it to us. We know we picked up what you put down, but now let's get that confirmation that you know what you're doing. You know what you're trying to achieve here. And I'm looking forward to it. But it's also just interesting to get that type of insight into AAA game development like this, you know? See how this stuff comes together. So I'll definitely check it out. So subtext, I appreciate that, buddy. We also have Solly here saying, I think the concern is that we have no idea what PlayStation is releasing from Q2 to Q4 2024. We do need that stated player showcase. We do. Yeah, we do. That is probably one of the biggest differences between PlayStation and Xbox right now is that Xbox, all these games, like Xbox doesn't have anything as of right now that I'm aware of for the first 3 months of the year. It's like they have nothing. But that kind of opens the door to, well, that's okay because, well, they're going to have Hellblade, Avowed, Flight Simulator, Stalker, Towerborn, Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? It's like Sony literally has the opposite problem where Sony has a stacked first 3 months, but we don't know anything for the next 9 months after that, you know? So I think you're on the money here, Solly. I think that's going to be imperative. Sony has to let us know. You're saying those decisions were well ahead of the pandemic too, so there will be tons of insight on Joel's death. Yeah, so if you watch that trailer for the Grounded 2 documentary, they were leaning into that oh yeah, the big thing, the big controversy, and it's like I got to say, like, my curiosity to just see what those conversations were like behind the scenes to get that type of insight. I'm very interested. Like I'm curious to see if it'll change my perspective on it more than anything. That's why I want to watch it, because to see it like happening, like the decision making in real time and like the thought process behind it, and the creativity, their creative side of it, it'll either do one of two things. It'll either change my perspective on it, make me go, "Oh wow, I feel differently about it," or I'm gonna walk away from it and be like, okay, well, it's exactly what I thought it was, you know. But I appreciate them releasing that. When is it coming out? They didn't give an exact date, but they made it seem like it's gonna come out a little bit after The Last of Us Part Two remastered. So maybe that week or 2 weeks after or something like that. Maybe like early February. But yeah, man, shit's weird out here. You could when I talk about goalpost moving, man, what I'm really referring to is I just don't there's no reasoning with some people is what I'm trying to say, where when some people kind of dig their heels in and they make it known like this is where I plant my flag, they can't be reasoned with, and that's just the way it is, where you could try to meet them on their level and say something, that they should be able to look at and say, "Oh yeah, I agree with that," but they won't because it's like, well, you're the one that said it, so it's like they're not going to agree with that shit. Um, and that's happening more. What I'm trying to say is that's happening more and more and more now, in these spaces where it's becoming, it really is just a one-way street, like for everybody. It's a one-way street. Yeah, and that's something that I've been kind of taking note of recently. Taylor says Team Xbox here loves you guys. Team Xbox, Team PlayStation. Team Clown. Listen, so there's Team PlayStation, there's Team Xbox, there's Team PC, there's Team. Is there Team Switch or Nintendo? I don't know. Maybe there is. And then there's Team Clown. What other teams are there? I know there's more. Devil Shooter says Team Me, fuck the corpse. Boss, I see you. You think I'm going to be Team PC by the end of 2024? Team players? Maybe. Even when people try to be totally unbiased, everybody has their own bias. They do, and it will eventually be revealed. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just the truth. Everybody has their preferences. Everybody has their biases. Team Nothing, Team Hater, S Team. There's too many teams, man. Early game of the year predictions? Oof, I don't know. I'm not ready to do that. Pick a side, MBG. Everyone has a bias. It's just letting them blind you is stupid. The world is stupid, just so you know. Shelly, member for 7 months, says, shame. You clearly haven't listened to the 2020 spoiler cast where Neil broke down all of your criticisms. Seriously, Dina was originally golf clubbed. Where can I listen to this? The spoiler cast. Where? I didn't even know that these were a thing. Sorry, I keep itching my nose. I have like a mustache hair or something. I mean, The Last of Us 1, a universally loved game. The Last of Us Part 2, a game where you either love it or hate it. And there's no in between. Fascinating. Saying there were 2 interviews he did immediately. They're fascinating. Look up the Kind of Funny spoiler casts. Yeah, maybe I'll look into that when we're watching the documentary. I didn't know that. Yeah. Dude, I'll tell you, man, the conversations around Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann and The Last of Us Part 2 on the internet are just as insane as the conversations surrounding like Xbox versus PlayStation. It's fucking insanity, man. I'm gonna replay The Last of Us Part 2 with the remaster, and I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see for myself. Like, you know, all this time has went by. I have my own feelings. You know, the dust has settled. Let me see if my feelings change. Let me see if they stay the same. Let me see if I can even get through the game. Matt York says he's gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Nice do-rag. It's not a do-rag, actually. My hat is backwards, but it does look like that. Let's be honest, he's a smug punk. You're saying it's really interesting. You really recommend I watch it later. Yeah, I'll try to keep that in mind. Because you're saying that was done way back in 2020. I say way back, but I mean, it feels like such a long time ago. You're still waiting for the price drop for part 1? Okay. Well, that's fair. I think that's fair. I always said that, like, you know, if you're willing to wait for the price drop, it's the best way to go about it. Laurent, you're saying you're going back to play The Last of Us 2 as well. You never finished it the first time. It was hard to do so knowing what was coming, but from what I played, the game itself and the graphics are nice. Yeah. Well, that's the thing I've always tried to say, and the stance I've maintained about Naughty Dog and The Last of Us Part 2 is that you can despise this game. And believe me, there are times where I feel like I do. I do. Like, there's just times where I'm like, God, I fucking hate that game. Like, I just hate that game. Right? But I can't call it a poorly made game in terms of gameplay, in terms of the level of expertise on display. And I'm trying to put myself in an impossible position here. And this position is impossible because, again, this is the way the fucking world works today, man. Pick your side. There is no middle. You try to play the middle, you're going to lose all around. And unfortunately, by me saying I don't like The Last of Us Part 2, but I respect it for its level of expertise, that's not what people want to hear. That's just the truth. People either want to hear that this game is fucking trash and everything about Naughty Dog is trash from top to bottom, and that's it. Or people want to hear that the game is a fucking 10 out of 10 masterpiece, perfect, nothing tops it. No flaws. But to me, I don't know. I cannot agree with either of those things. Because from what I can see with my own two eyes, neither of those things are completely true. I think there are some truths in both of those things, but neither of them are completely true. This is, I mean, honestly, it's the expertise within Naughty Dog as a development team. That's what makes me super interested to know what their next game's going to be. You know, I saw people in my video yesterday, a top comment of like somebody basically calling out the fact that Naughty Dog hasn't made a new game since 2013. It's just been Uncharted and The Last of Us. And it's like, yeah, you know, I get it. Like, yeah, that's annoying to an extent, I guess, if you're expecting something new. But it's like, I'm willing to just wait a little bit longer because the rumor as of right now is that they are working on something new. And if that's true, it's like, I'm willing to give them a chance. And if they disappoint me, then, well, fuck. Whatever. Then then I can't say I'm a Naughty Dog fan at all anymore. I don't even know that. It's difficult for me to say that I'm a true Naughty Dog fan right now because I just feel so down on them. I feel down on The Last of Us Part 2. I still do. I feel down on The Last of Us multiplayer getting canceled. I feel down about how just the overall toxicity surrounding the conversation about the studio and their games. And I would like to see it change. I would. And that's why I'm just like, you know what? Bring out a new game. And if it looks really good, universally speaking, that could change the conversation. We will never escape this. Well, to be fair, the remaster's coming out this week. So we have an excuse this time. We have a legitimate excuse to talk about The Last of Us Part 2. You're saying if you listen to Neil on the Kind of Funny podcast from 2020, he literally implies they're doing a new IP in the podcast, claiming that The Last of Us is dark and takes its toll on his team. I believe that. Yeah, I do believe that, dude. I can't imagine working on something so dark and then that thing you created that was so dark creates such a toxic conversation that it's like you probably want to get away from it at some point where it's like, geez, I really just want to move on. And I think a lot of people feel that way. It's like, let's do it. Let's see what they do next. I got a couple super chats here. Subtext. You're saying there's also an official Last of Us podcast set that had behind the scenes conversations about both the first game and part 2. Very good. I don't know how I didn't know this stuff. Maybe it's because I think maybe there were so many people online on YouTube all across the board. There were so many people talking about this game for so long that I think all this stuff kind of, for me, got kind of buried, and I never came across it. So subtext, I appreciate you letting me know about that. We have generic white male saying The Last of Us 2 is in my top 5 favorite games. That being said, it's such a heavy story and atmosphere. Don't be surprised if you need to take breaks from it. Oh, I know, dude. I struggled to make it through The Last of Us Part 2 just because it was like, I mean, the game, I will say, The Last of Us Part 2 is an unrelenting game, dude, from start to finish. Like, it's just a harrowing experience. It is. It really is. It's just, dude, this game is so fucking depressing. I need to take a break. I need to go get some sun. You know, I need to listen to some upbeat music or something. But we're going to have I'm also, like I said, I'm interested in the no return mode as well. Want to see how that pans out for me, but we'll talk a lot more about The Last of Us Part 2 later this week because again, the remaster's launching and I'll play it. And so just to give my expectations really quick, I don't think I'm going to make like a turnaround. I don't think there's any chance in hell. Like, I don't think I'm going to turn around and be like, guys, my second time playing The Last of Us Part 2, I fucking love this game. No, to be honest, I don't know that much is going to change. It just kind of feels like after talking about it for so long, after playing it one time, and knowing that so much time has went by, I'm just curious to see if I have any different feelings, like at all. You know, just as a refresher. I don't know if maybe there might be things I pick up on this time around that maybe I missed the first time. We'll see. All right, let me go check something over here real quick. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered gameplay and skins leaked. How do you even leak that? Is that even, who cares? Like, the game is already out, man. I just mean, like, how do you leak this? Hey, look, it's The Last of Us Part 2, and it looks slightly better. I don't I don't get it. I mean, I guess maybe some of like the behind the scenes stuff you could leak. I'm just checking to see if no, all these leaks that have occurred, I'm surprised like none of these live service games from Sony have leaked yet. Like no gameplay of Concord or Fair Games is leaked. Nothing like that. William G, you're saying they keep talking about how amazing 2024 is going to be for Xbox, but it seems like a bunch of conjecture and guesswork right now. Xbox in 2024 seems uncertain. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I think I'm trying my best to reserve judgment until we watch the show that they're doing this Thursday. Titus, you're saying Joel had it coming. We knew he did, but nobody wanted what happened. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I won't lie to you. What I expected going into The Last of Us Part Two before the leaks happened, what I expected was I don't know that I necessarily expected Joel to die a heroic death because I don't think it was going to be that simple. Like I expected there to be a layer of complexity around his death. I knew he was going to die. Like I feel like that was obvious. But I thought it would have more of a not just a build up, but I mean just something that at the very least could have felt like it was uh a throwaway send off, you know? And I get it. Like if you're like, well, this is the real world. This is a dark world. It's like I get that, but like fuck, man. Like that's like that it's would it be so bad to just give people a little bit more time with the character that they spent the entire first game kind of like connecting with, you know? And I guess in a way it's like, well, we did do that because you play through certain sections and he was involved in the game, but it's just it is I will say it is kind of fitting for the world itself, but I don't know. There's some kind of energy behind it. I'll be honest, man. Like I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but when I think about like that whole section and how it goes down and how it plays out, there's something there that I can't quite put my finger on. Like there's an energy behind this shit. And I'm picking up on that energy and I'm not liking it. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it comes from, but like it's just rubbing me the wrong way and I'm like I'm not feeling too good about this. Um in fact, like it just feels it's not even that because it's not even like I can't deal with that shit because it's like, well, yeah, man, that's how it can be in real life, right? Like just shit happens and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. But it's like, mm, I don't know. I don't know. There's something there. I can't quite put my finger on. You're saying this is why you need to listen to the Neil Druckmann podcast on that scene. Yeah, I think I will. Not like right now, not right this moment, but I think later on I'll go look into this because I am curious. I am curious to hear. And we got Laurent. Laurent comes in and he's like, MBG, we are keeping this membership train going today. Laurent drops another 5-bomb for the community. Laurent, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that support. Thank you for supporting the channel and the community and the content, man. So Laurent brings us up to 117 members on the day. You guys are still killing it. Amazing support. Amazing support on this Sunday stream. I really, really appreciate it, guys. Good stuff, Laurent. I got a super chat here from Subtext as well. And he says, what is funny about the Neil ruined Naughty Dog narrative is that those people love Uncharted 4. He directed that game too, but The Last of Us 2 drove irrational hate. It was one game. Let's see what they cook next. Yeah, so the whole conversation around Neil Druckmann, I'll be honest, like I've just kind of like tuned that out because that doesn't matter to me. Because if there's one thing I've noticed about Neil is that he doesn't seem to be that talkative. Like he definitely does talk, he talks online and stuff sometimes but I'm just saying he's I don't know. He's not on my radar. And I'm just looking at it as, well, I'm going to judge his next game when I see it. I'm not going to just make any assumptions. And Laurent comes in again. He drops another 5-bomb back to back. Basically a 10-bomb on us. 10 memberships gifted by Laurent. Dude, thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you. W's in the chat for our friend Laurent. He brings us up to 122. So we are 3 memberships away from crushing another goal. You guys are, I seriously can't believe how crazy you guys are, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for that, Laurent.
Thank you. Appreciated.
Very much appreciated. Good stuff. But that's the whole thing, man. When it comes to the conversation around Neil, it's just, I'll be honest, I don't care. Like, I don't care about Neil Druckmann as a person because I don't know him. You know what I mean? I'm just going to let his work speak for itself. And, if I come across this interview or I look for it, maybe I'll listen to what he has to say. Sure. I'll hear him out. And we got a full-blown membership train going now. Following Laurent's 10, Exley comes in, drops another 5. And then Hellbound 1981, another legend, comes in and drops another 5. And then Jake Skew 27 caps it off with another membership gift of his own. Just like that, we blow past another goal. You guys are crushing it. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate all the support. Let me update this goal. It's very kind of you guys. As I always say, I can only do this because you guys show this type of support. It's insane, and it's awesome. It's humbling, really. I'm very grateful for this. So we're at 133. 133 total members. Did not expect that. Good stuff, guys. So yeah, I'll just remind everybody for the 133 people. If any of you were here, if anybody here received a membership gift, we are going to be doing a members lounge after this stream. So look forward to that. We'll have some, who knows what type of conversations we'll have over there. But yeah, guys, I'm just kind of at this point where, here's what I know about the conversation around Neil Druckmann. You either are a fan or you are not. And I'm a fan of The Last of Us 1. Neil Druckmann was involved with that. I played Uncharted 4. I thought it was good. And like you're saying, he directed that. The Last of Us Part 2, I'm not a fan of. I didn't like. And I won't lie, it did upset me. The Last of Us Part 2 did upset me in the sense that it just, I really wanted that game to be something different than it was. And, it's fine. Like, not everything is going to be what I want it to be. I'm over it now, I think. Well, we'll see. I'll play it again this week or, in the next couple weeks. We'll see if I'm actually over it or not. We'll see if I'm actually over it. But this is why I'm just saying, like, he's hard at work, working on a new game. I wouldn't be surprised if... So, check this out. Question. I have a question, all right? Sony showcase. Let's just say June. Sony has a big showcase. PlayStation Studios logo pops up. No. PlayStation Studios logo doesn't pop up. A new trailer pops on screen, and it's something unfamiliar, something new. Cinematic trailer. But we watch it and it looks incredible. We're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? Maybe we do see the PlayStation Studios logo. Maybe that's important to throw in there because I feel like that's what would get people like excited immediately. Like, oh shit, PlayStation Studios, and we watch it. It's like, oh my god, this looks insane. This is a new IP. Clearly, we watch the trailer, and everybody's hyped up, and then at the end it says Naughty Dog. What then? Does that you see what I'm saying? Like this is why I'm going to put. This is where I'm just going to put my feelings aside and just let whatever they do next speak for itself. And if we see their next game and I don't know it's them and I don't think it looks good, then there we go. I guess I'm trying to say, I'm not going to let the Naughty Dog logo change my expectation. I'm just going to allow whatever the game they're presenting is to set my expectation. And that's it. That's what I'm going to do when it comes to Naughty Dog. Because again, I don't feel like The Last of Us Part 2 is a bad video game. I just feel like it's a game in which they took characters I really liked and decimated them and obliterated them and, made me question everything about their decision making. And that's fine. It's like, that's what they did. But, if there's a fresh start on the horizon, then so be it. Let's see. All right, let me see. Go check the chat over here. Hanzo says, F what another person wants me to feel. You always come to your own conclusions. Well, that's absolutely. You just gotta come to your own conclusions, make your own decisions. And honestly, it just really doesn't matter what other people have to say. I mean, if it comes to people that are close to you in real life, definitely consider that. Certainly. But beyond that, I'm not sure that it really matters that much. All right. So the last thing I want to do, I love how it actually just says all your base belong to us. There we go. We'll end it on that note. We'll end our Naughty Dog topic on that note. Would Spider-Man 2 be a more memorable game if they didn't play it safe and have a predictable sequel? You're saying you're glad they take risks. Yeah, I do think Spider-Man 2 leaned more so on the other side of the spectrum. I think Naughty Dog went too far in the direction of look, I wouldn't be surprised if Neil and company made the decisions they did because they felt like that was the only way this game would not be overshadowed by the first one. Maybe that's not their reasoning because again, I didn't see the behind the scenes interviews or whatnot, but I just feel like where Naughty Dog went too extreme in the direction of trying to be too unsafe. Who the fuck knows what could happen, right? We're going to go crazy. I do think a game like Spider-Man 2 went in the other direction where it's like, okay, you guys are playing it so safe that it's like, I don't know that, my expectation at this point is clearly nothing surprising is going to happen. You know what I mean? And I think there needs to be a better balance overall where there's nothing wrong with playing it somewhat safe and kind of playing to the strengths that people expect you to. And having some of the beats there that people expect, but also a couple of off beats that, I think there just has to be a good balance. Then again, though, every team and every creator is going to be different in their approach to that. So you think Ragnarok is the perfect middle point? To me, Ragnarok leans a little bit more so in the direction of predictability, but it's God of War 2018 to me is the game that's whoa, that's walking that line of unexpected, kind of somewhat shocking, whoa, I did not anticipate this, this is not what I was expecting with this game and this sequel and this reboot, and also maintaining certain core things within the character, within the world, within everything that was established before that also kind of leaves it feeling like, if not familiar, like that adds up and makes perfect sense, right? And it flows smoothly, right? That and to me, God of War 2018 was that perfect balance. I don't fault Ragnarok for playing it a little bit safer, just because it was it was the conclusion to the entire Nordic saga there. So obviously, I don't think Ragnarok is where the craziest stuff would happen compared to like 2018's God of War. It's like that's like, whoa, hold on, what's going on here? Why is Kratos as a son? It's like um he has an axe now, right? It really changed it up. Was Horizon safe? It's interesting. I feel like Horizon story wise was like, okay, boss. Horizon story wise, I don't think it was. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It's like it wasn't overly safe, but the direction that they went in, I don't know that it really had the type of impact that they wanted it to, based off of my, like, at least my reading on it, where it's like, oh, that's interesting, like, but I don't know, it was like, holy shit, like, what the fuck are they doing? I can't believe this. I don't think it was that either. I think it was just kind of like, oh, well, that's interesting, right? Like, I that's how I, yeah, that's kind of how I look. Yeah, it got a little weird, and I think it's the weirdness of it that made it interesting, but it also kind of makes you take a step back and think, like, okay, like, is this getting, like, did this kind of go too far out there? And that's where I think the third game's going to have to let us know. I don't think we're going to have the answer to that till the third game, where it's like, all right, is this getting really stupid now? Or is this just actually coming together really well? Um, Starting to think MBG hates sequels. No, I don't hate sequels. No, I really don't. I do like sequels. It's just that sometimes I just find myself a little bit conflicted in what I truly want from a sequel, and I can't deny that a lot of times I think I start to lean more so on the side of, I think I just want more of what I got before, with a little bit, a little bit of expansion, right? I don't know that I need everything to be like turned on its head and just totally um saying let the hate flow, MEG. So a good example of a sequel that I'm highly anticipating is Ghost of Tsushima. I'll tell you right now, I do expect them to make some changes. Sorry, with a Ghost of Tsushima leak, with a Ghost of Tsushima sequel. I don't know why I said the word leak. Clearly, I'm thinking about Ghost of Tsushima leaking. Um, but I do expect them to make some changes. But I don't want those changes to be like over the top, like, oh, Jin, like, this is like 300 years in the future. Well, actually, that sounds like it'd be kind of cool. It's like 300 years in the future, and you're playing as Jin's great grandson or some shit. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, what I want from Ghost of Tsushima 2 is more of what made Ghost of Tsushima 1 awesome. And if they're going to make changes, I don't want anything that just fundamentally changes, like, what I would like to get out of that game. Like, one of the things that made Ghost of Tsushima good, in my opinion, was the story, right? And the thing that made the story great about Ghost of Tsushima is the inner conflict, where it's very much coming from a place of what he's expected to do, what what his obligation is, his duty to his family, to um his father, his uncle, and then his duty to like the people. And I like that. I think that they handled that really well, and I think that generally speaking, the game's story conveyed that inner conflict. And so you just have to wonder. The interesting thing about Ghost of Tsushima 2 is that they're going to have to let you know which ending you chose was canon. And that to me will reveal a lot about maybe like the direction they're going to go in. But I do like sequels. I do. I just think that I think right now, specifically with PlayStation, we are at a point where I am feeling a little bit sequeled out. I am. It's not a bad thing because it's like, well, I got a lot of what I wanted. I got another God of War. I got another Horizon. I got a new Ratchet and Clank, right? I got Spider-Man 2 and that's all fine and great. I'm going to get Final Fantasy VII Rebirth soon. This is all fine, but I do really want to know, like, to me, the biggest unknown for PlayStation right now. It's not even their first party roadmap because that's obvious, but it really goes a little bit deeper than that. Where it's like, I want to know what new games you guys are like, what new ideas, concepts, characters, worlds, stories, gameplay mechanics. Like these are the things like Sony Bend, Santa Monica. Fire Sprite, I think, is working on a new IP. Blue Point, I believe, is working on a new IP. It's like these are the things that I'm really fascinated. And of course, if Naughty Dog's working on a new IP, I'm just very fascinated to know, like, you guys have like all these established formulas that work pretty well. How many of you guys are going to go in a different direction? And if you are, what's that going to look like? I don't know why this is so squeaky, but yeah, that to me is something that's a focus of mine for PlayStation this year. I'll tell you right now, man. Something I've seen a lot of people do for the past 12 months or so is doubt PlayStation. I mean, really, really doubt PlayStation. And I am not saying that PlayStation is perfect or that there's something wrong with doubting them. I think that Sony has done a couple of things to cause some concern and to justify some of that doubt. But there are people who have really been doubting them, where it's like they want to convey a sense of like, well, you're in for disappointment if you stick around. And it's like, I'll take that bet. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take that bet. Like, if that's really what you think, then fine. But I'll tell you right now, like, that's not how this is going to play out. There you go, Hanzo with the Arnold stick around. I see you, Hanzo. And I'm not saying that in a like overly confident, pompous way. It's just I don't see how that reality could unfold without there truly being like a next level calamity for PlayStation that no one saw coming. You're saying ABK changed a lot. It really kind of didn't, though. The only thing it changed is that Microsoft is not competing with Sony in the most traditional sense anymore. But when you ask yourself, like, okay, what did the ABK deal do to PlayStation Studios? Nothing. It didn't do anything. Now, when it comes to overall output, right? Well, I mean, yeah, Microsoft is clearly trying to reach a different level and have a different stride and cadence than Sony. But I just think it's wild, man, that people are so quick to just assume that like everything from PlayStation is going to be trash. It's like, what makes you believe that? That's all. Like that's all I'm saying. It's just like what makes people so immediate to just be like, well, of course it's going to be trash and bad. It's like, but I've been playing Sony's games this entire generation. Like, I've played almost, if not all of their games. I've even played some of their not so great games, like Destruction All Stars. I played the Forspoken demo. I don't know if Forspoken, again, it's funny because I have a friend who's been playing Forspoken. I got to ask him his thoughts on it, but it's just like, to me, the only thing that truly casts doubt in my mind, it's not the games that Sony released. It's actually something like The Last of Us multiplayer getting canceled. Like, that casts some kind of doubt in my mind where it's like, well, all right, what's going on, guys? Like, how problematic is this becoming? But that's about it. I mean, 2023, I get it. Like, maybe the biggest thing for people is like, well, Spider-Man 2 was basically the only big thing that Sony had. And I get it. Like, that's not ideal. Sony should have more than that for an entire year. Something like their Horizon DLC, that's not going to be enough to carry it. They did have Final Fantasy 16 as well, which definitely counts for a lot. But I just don't understand why people are so down on PlayStation. Like, what is there to be so down on? I'm serious. Like, is it Spider-Man 2? Like, is it the whole conversation around that game? Is that what did it? Is it the Last of Us Part 2 remastered? Is that it? I'm not saying it's unjustified, to be clear. Like, I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand, like, people are so, like, not everybody, but there's so many people that are so, like, dead set, like, oh yeah, trust me. Like, why the fuck would I trust what you're saying? Hold on, Leia's telling me to let her out. Lack of announcements. I guess that would do it. People have no patience. It could be that. Yeah, I could see that being a big reason. But listen, this is what has truly boggled my mind. The biggest problem that I think like, if you're somebody who has a preference for a platform or a console or like a publisher, the biggest problem that I think you could run into is having to feel like you're left waiting. You're waiting. I do think that is the biggest problem that can lead to a lot of frustration building up, or even resentment in some cases, in extreme cases. But my thing with PlayStation this generation so far is like, they haven't really done that. And the closest that they've gotten to doing that, I would argue, is maybe now. In one key area, like I've discussed, and that is first party. But this is why I just don't get where it's like, these conversations, I've talked to you guys about how I would like for them to not be so not just one-sided, but just so simplistic in their nature, but I don't think that's ever going to change. You're saying the communication is bad, the news is bad. Well, have the games been bad? Planet Schlorpian says VR is something Sony has that Microsoft doesn't. Yeah, but I don't know that that's going to count for much going forward, man. I hate to say that, but I'm very nervous. If there's one thing I'm nervous about, it's the future of VR 2, man. Sony has to start talking about that. You're saying they run so many Reddit, Twitter, YouTube bot accounts. Have you ever seen comment sections for Starfield YouTube? It's bots, man. Dude, you know what's funny? Like, there are people that come to my channel that create, like, yeah, they have like bot accounts that create multiple accounts, and they like try to mass dislike my streams and stuff, and it's like YouTube removes them like automatically. Like, I don't know who's doing this or who's wasting their time, but YouTube detects that shit and just erases it. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with people who do shit like that. Like, God, you need to get a life, man. The lack of VR2 news. I mean, we'll see. Like, these people could be vindicated and validated. They could be. Like, if Sony fucks up this year, like big time, like they have a shitty showcase, they don't announce any exciting new first party games. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fucking shit show, dude. The likes of which we've never seen. But that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, what are these people gonna say when Sony does do it though? Because I'm pretty sure that they haven't just been working on nothing. maybe they are. Dude, maybe Sony's going to come out this year and be like, we don't got anything, guys. We had to cancel all our shit. At that point, it's like, okay, yeah, we got some problems. But that's all I'm just saying. I'm just wondering, like, I'm wondering where the goalpost is going to move then. That's all. You know, because something tells me the goalpost will move. Like when Sony actually does have a good showcase and they do show some good games, and suddenly it's like, okay, generally speaking, there's not as much hate, I guess you could say, geared towards PlayStation. Like where do they move the goalpost then? Because you know they will. The real question is, which studio this year is getting closed? Ah, yes. Now that's a good question. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, that's going to fucking suck, dude. That's going to be a dark day for PlayStation. I'm not looking forward to that. That's clearly going to happen. Planet Schlorpian says, unlikely they're investing millions in VR for fun. I know, but I think Sony may be second guessing their investment. I hope not. I hope I'm dude. I hope I'm 100% wrong. I do. Planet Schlorpian. I see we got Fred Vance in the chat. Long time no see, Fred. You're saying MBG. I think we may finally hear from Ben Studio. I don't know if Sucker Punch is close to showing. Yeah, I'm kind of torn on those two studios. Like, I don't know which one is closer to being able to show. Maybe we'll get lucky and they're both ready. Wouldn't that be something? To me, that would be great. Sony is making deals. Yeah, they are. I think people are kind of forgetting that. And that's going to be funny to see. I think people are forgetting like how aggressive Sony. Well, they shouldn't forget. Maybe they didn't forget, but it's just not as relevant right now. But it should be relevant though, because look at this. Helldivers 2, that's a deal. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that's a deal. Rise of the Ronin, that's a deal. Silent Hill 2 Remake, that's a deal. Stellar Blade, that's a deal. Pacific Drive, deal. Phantom Blade Zero, deal. You know, Foam Stars, deal. It's like, that's just for this year. I remember like last year, one of the biggest talking points where people, Xbox fans in particular, were like, well, dude, look at what Sony did. This is what Sony did, man. They brought it on themselves. They wouldn't stop making these exclusive deals, these third-party deals, so on and so forth. And they forced Microsoft's hand. And it's like, okay, fine. Do you think those deals are going to stop? No. Like, if anything, Sony's probably making more deals more aggressively now. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how I feel about Sony with acquisitions, but yeah, I have no doubt that they're going to be aggressively making more deals that we don't know about, that we're going to learn about in the coming year or two. But I don't know. I don't know why I bother asking such questions as if I'm going to get rational responses from these people. Well, MBG, let me tell you why I hate PlayStation and I hate you and I hate PlayStation fans. Like, yeah, I'm sure that's what I'm going to get from this. No. Honestly, I think that they're just people who, they just swing with the pendulum, man. They just go with whatever's popular that week or that month or whatever. Most hate isn't rational. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Unless you hate Xbox. That's as rational as it gets. You're saying you would buy Stellar Blade Collector's Edition, but the disc thing is dumb. Yeah. Hard to argue against what PlayStation has given us. Yeah, you know what's weird is like PlayStation fans like myself and others, we've been pinned and kind of painted as like we're like blind, delusional, irrational fanboys. It's like, do you know what I saw yesterday? Dude, I saw somebody fucking uh shitting on me because I was saying how I think it's shitty that we have to pay on console for both PlayStation and Xbox to play multiplayer games. I got shit on for that. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. I got shit on for that. These people are fucking dumbasses, bro. Like they are truly clowns. Where it's like, this is what I mean. Where it's like you can say something that is reasonable and rational and makes sense, and it's like it doesn't matter, bro. Doesn't matter. Fred, you're saying MBG. If I have heard correctly from some of the Bend Studio devs through some slip ups, it seems that they are pretty far towards a potential 2025 release. I mean, it would make sense. I wouldn't be shocked if Ben does need more time. It would be disappointing because it's like, man, I want to see their game sooner rather than later. But I get it. I'm prepared for that. I mean, these are new AAA IP. I get that they take time. Firing shots at people for a straight take. No. See, the problem is I'm not forsaking PlayStation and console gaming. That's the problem. I'm a clown because I'm not throwing my arms up in the air and saying I'm done ever paying for Xbox Live or PlayStation Plus. I'm done playing on console. I only play on PC now. And it's like, what? Like there again, there's no winning, dude, with these people. Like they're fucking clowns. That's the truth. There's no winning with them. And they know that. See, deep down, they know that. They know that there's no winning with them. It's a one-way street. And if anything does approach them that says that, like, if anything comes their way where it's like, okay, well, I can't twist this. They just move on to the next thing. It's sad, man, but that's just the way it goes with these fucking people. You saw a fanboy use my Spider-Man 2 clip as proof the game sucks. Dude, that's exactly, man. It's like, hey, Spider-Man 2 fucking sucks, fanboy. Yeah, I think Spider-Man 2 does suck. Yeah, that's right. See? Spider-Man 2 and PlayStation suck. He said it. It's like, okay. That's how this shit goes, man. It's fucking insane. You're saying PC has a problem too? I mean, PC gaming is pretty good from what I've heard. I don't have a problem with it. It's just not how, it's just not my preference. But, there's some people out there, they hear that and they're like, well, you're a fucking idiot. It's like, okay, man. Because that's just, I don't know why people are, I don't know why people have that mentality. I kind of like, went off about this earlier where it's like, I don't know. There's some people out there that just have like an axe to grind with consoles in the console market. MBG shift up development and Stellar Blade was pushed back due to complaints of forced overtime without pay in the game sector, which caused a government investigation in South Korea. I had no idea about that. Well, damn. I guess that would kind of explain it, wouldn't it? Saying cheating is way out of control on PC. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played multiplayer games on PC. I wouldn't know. I can't comment on that. But yeah, shit's strange out here, man. There's no such thing as a good take over here. Isn't that right? But that's okay. Because I'm not in it for the good takes. I'm in it to just say my piece. And then move on to the next topic of the day, whatever that may be, regarding PlayStation or Xbox, depending on what they do. Yeah, I didn't know about that with Stellar Blade. That's pretty interesting. I didn't see that being reported on or anything. There's cheating on consoles too. It really depends whether the studio is releasing updates to patch loopholes. Yeah, that's I've seen that too. I've seen that where like some games on console like have like more cheaters than you would expect, and not like it does come down to the studio actually trying to crack down on that or not, or the publisher. Check something here. You're saying get crossplay with PC out of here too. I feel like for competitive games, yeah, I don't understand the idea of crossplay with consoles and PC for competitive games. Unless it's like you can toggle where it's like you're only playing with PC players who are using controller, because it's been proven you get an advantage. Like you have an advantage in like shooters and stuff if you're using mouse and keyboard. Most of the time you can turn it off. I don't think I've seen many games, if any, that say you can't turn it off. To play with friends, yeah, that's true. It is a nice option to have. I just think anytime you're going to have that option, you should also give people option to toggle it off if that's what they want to do. Fred, you're coming in here with the 43-month milestone chat. Fred, thank you so much, man, for the long-term support. You're saying a lot of interesting game industry news going on in South Korea and the Chinese devs, but never seem to be talked about in Western gaming news. Yeah, I don't come across stuff like the only thing I've heard about Stellar Blade and Shift Up is Sony entering into that like partnership with them, the publishing partnership, and Sony kind of showing off Stellar Blade in their trailer. When it comes to the Chinese game development side of things, again, games like Lost Soul aside, I kind of see pop up. I honestly forget about some of these games though. It just seems like there's not enough attention on some of these games that do look really good. But yeah, I didn't know about that, man. You're saying the Sony and Korea partnership is wild. I think it's wild. Yeah, Liza P is a Korean game. Well, what's wild about it? Am I going to buy the new 12-hour V2? Probably not. No. I don't think that's a real. I think that was a mix-up with the listing. I don't think there is a DualSense V2. I think it's just a regular DualSense. Because that 12-hour battery life, I'm pretty sure that's what the DualSense was advertised as, like originally. 12 hours of battery life. Yeah, true. Wukong is a Chinese game. Devil Shooter saying you would have never guessed that Liza P was a Korean game. Yeah, me either. Oh, you know what? I saw somebody mention IGN. Dude, let's go. Did you guys see IGN just get fucking decimated yesterday? Let me go check. IGN. They put out something about kind of similar. It's actually, I think, perfect timing to highlight this because we're talking about the exclusive lineups. They put something out, and I think they got community noted. Did they delete it? I hope they didn't delete it. No, here we go. Yesterday they said Xbox finally has some first-party games coming this year, and it surprisingly looks more promising than the PS5's 2024 offerings. And then they got community noted where it says Xbox released multiple first-party games in 2023, Hi-Fi Rush, Minecraft Legends, Redfall, Starfield, Forza Motorsport. Like, Jesus, man. And of course, like, you know, the whole thing goes on in the comments underneath where it's like they're pandering or not pandering, they're being paid by Sony and shit. You really do got to wonder though, like why would they frame it that way? Sorry, I'm looking at see, this is crazy to me where the one of the top comments here, and this is what I mean, where it's like, bro, I don't know if I should blame this person or Sony or what. One of the most upvoted comments is somebody saying, does PlayStation have even one exclusive this year? Honest question. I really don't know. Like, bro, what? Like, what? Have you not been paying attention to anything? Like, what do you mean? Like, dude, PlayStation has at least like fucking 4 exclusives dropping in the 3-month period where Microsoft doesn't have any. Like, how is that a question? That has to be a troll, right? He's trolling. He is. Most of these replies are people just dude, some of these replies are gold, man. IGN got crushed. Cobb Sanity says, "Where's Little Devil Inside? That game is MIA." Yeah, that game, as far as I'm aware, I'm assuming that game's just not a thing anymore. Until they come out and say something, I'm assuming that game's done. You're saying that was for clicks. I mean, yeah, it's all about the clicks these days, man. The truth is, when it comes to gaining clicks on the internet, is that you don't have to be honest. And that's what I think people kind of fail to sometimes realize is when it comes to getting clicks on the internet, you don't have to be, you just have to be in line. If you're aligned with whatever's popular or dominant at the time or just generating controversy, whatever it might be, as long as you're aligned with that, you really don't have to be honest. You just have to be aligned with that. And then you can say and do what you want. And that's what's crazy about it is it's an interesting thing that I feel like has always kind of existed on the internet, but it's maybe in the past like 2 years, it's like kind of, I don't know, it's like evolved maybe. And I'm not just talking about gaming, to be clear. I'm not talking about just gaming. I'm talking about like anything. Yeah, remember the PS4 exclusive Wild? That game was vaporware. You're saying, what if they're referring to first party? Open your mind. Because, dude, like, here's the thing, man. I don't know that the first party conversation, like, it depends. If you want to get into the weeds of it, I don't know what you're going to achieve because I don't think anybody cares. At least that's it, from my experience, where it's like, if I were to ask people, how do you feel about, like, right now, what I'm asking in my chat, PlayStation versus Xbox exclusive lineup this year, how do you feel? If I try to frame that as just first party, like, that's not going to matter to like 99% of people Because what people are going to do is like, oh, is Final Fantasy Rebirth, is that coming to Xbox? No, that's just releasing on PlayStation. Oh, okay. Well, then to them that's a PlayStation exclusive. Or if you're just talking in consoles. But same thing with Xbox, where it's like, okay, is Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation? No, it's not. That's just Xbox. Now, granted, that is first party, but if we look at a game like Stalker 2, is that coming to PlayStation? No, that's not. That's just coming to Xbox. Well, that's not a first party studio game, but it doesn't matter because it's like people are going to gravitate towards games that are not coming to the competition, So I trust me, I prefer to segment these things out and like have them defined, but I just think that it kind of doesn't matter. Like even if it matters to me, I just don't know in the wider conversation reaching the most amount of people. I don't know that it matters. You're saying that's because the goalpost has moved. It used to be first party that mattered. Now it's second and third party. No. See, Swizz, this is where you're mistaken. Here, let me see if I can pull something up here to help prove this. Hold on. Let me see. All right, so it's like, let's look here. Okay, it's hard to lock these things down because if we go back and we look at Xbox, see, this is where the people need to realize. I don't think the goalpost has moved. Like what you're trying to communicate is that like PlayStation fans have moved the goalpost. I don't think so because look, if I look at Xbox exclusives for 2016, right? Okay, let me see. Gears of War 4. So that's a first party exclusive. I think Gears of War 4 did fine, but people were kind of down on it because they're like, well, we're kind of, it's Halo, Gears, Forza, but no, that's an internal first party exclusive, right? Quantum Break, as far as I'm aware, was absolutely viewed as that's an Xbox exclusive. Like that's one of the bigger Xbox exclusives. Like that's part of Xbox's 2016 lineup. Guess what? Not made by a first party studio. That's not. It's not a first. Technically, it's not a first party game, but it didn't matter because like that was a game that, and I remember because I was focused on Xbox at that time. People were like, bro, that's one of the bigger, more important games coming out for Xbox this year. That was made by Remedy. Below that, we have Halo Wars 2. Again, not made by a Xbox-owned studio. That was a second-party one. Crackdown 3 is on this list, but that didn't come out. Cuphead, not first-party. Recore, not first-party. Sea of Thieves was first-party. Killer Instinct 3. Was Killer Instinct first party? Who made Killer Instinct? And what I'm saying is there's a lot of games on this list. A lot of these games, even like smaller ones like Oxenfree. At the time, We Happy Few, that was not a first party studio. Tacoma, Gigantic. It's like when Xbox players at this time were trying to push back and fight back against like the narrative. And the narrative at that time was, oh, Xbox doesn't have any games. And I've already explained that was an inaccurate narrative. Xbox doesn't have good enough games. Xbox doesn't have, enough high quality games. That's what was really being said. I think that was always implied. But it's like, dude, Xbox fans absolutely counted those games that were not from Microsoft-owned studios. They abso-fucking-lutely counted those games and said, this is a reason why you would want to buy an Xbox, or why, if you're an Xbox player, like, this is an exclusive. So I'm just saying, if anything, to be honest, if anything, the goalposts move in the other direction, where it's like, now we don't talk about it that way because Microsoft owns more studios than Sony does. Suddenly, it just doesn't matter. Like, we can't talk that way about Final Fantasy or Helldivers or Rise of the Ronin. I disagree with that entirely. Like, no, it's still same thing with Sunset Overdrive. Yeah, that was Insomniac. It's crazy to think, but that was Insomniac, and like, Microsoft didn't own Insomniac. That wasn't a first party studio. So no, it's not. To be honest, the goalposts never moved. There were no goalposts here. I think that's the important thing here, is that the problem with Microsoft during the Xbox One gen was quality control. I think there was a lot of criticism for, like, Halo, Gears, Forza, where the new IP and stuff like that. But again, that's stuff that they've worked on and have changed. Because at that time, Sony was basically doing all these things, like, oh, here's new IP and whatnot, but and high quality games. So it's just, I don't think that the goalpost has moved. I don't think the goalpost ever moved. I just think that people just say certain things when it's convenient for them to do so, Like, to be honest, listen, if you were to ask me, were there PlayStation fans trying to discredit Xbox at this time? Like, oh, Quantum Break doesn't count. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure there were some. I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure there were some. But it's like, realistically, that's not how anybody sees it. The only thing that people were looking for with Quantum Break wasn't whether it was from a Microsoft-owned studio. It was, is this game going to be like upper echelon, like top tier, critically acclaimed, like super must-play game for Xbox? And it wasn't. I played it. It was pretty good. But it just didn't move the needle the way that it was supposed to for Xbox, and that's unfortunate for them. But it just didn't matter that it was a second party exclusive. So I think that this is what this kind of boils down to, where it's like, at the end of the day, man, you have to question why Sony isn't chasing Microsoft's strategy, and I think it's pretty obvious why. It's because Microsoft isn't looking to own all of these studios so that way they can just say, we have the most studios. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want to be able to cut out the middleman, because they can afford to scale up that way. But they have to also consider how they're going to maintain that. And part of maintaining that is, at this point, we got to find a way to get more revenue from these games. And Sony, they're kind of sticking, again, to the more traditional method, where it's like, well, we're just going to, we're not going to try to have 40 studios. We're going to have the studios we have, and we're going to lean on partnerships in between those studio releases. And it's like, I don't think the goalpost moved. I think that Microsoft changed their approach. Sony didn't. And I think that's causing people to suddenly hyper-focus on something that was always there and say, well, wait a second. It's like, well, no, there is no way. Well, wait a second. It's like, this is just the way it's always been, man. At least that's my take on it. Fred, you're saying, MBG, the way I look at it is, if the company pays for the full development of the IP, then why should it not count towards first party? Is it different from just paying for timed exclusivity? Yeah, I mean, I imagine that anytime one of these publishers like Sony or Microsoft, although I don't think Microsoft does it that much anymore, but anytime that they pay for time exclusivity, I think they are paying to some degree for development costs, if not development marketing, And it's like, these are critical, components of a game's development and release cycle that, yeah, I mean, of course, it's like Sony paying for the. I don't know if Sony pays for the marketing. I think they do, actually. I think it was confirmed that when Sony strikes these deals with Final Fantasy, they pay for the marketing. And that's like millions and millions. That's like one of the most expensive parts of a game development cycle. So it definitely matters to Square that Sony's covering that cost. And it matters to Sony too, because they can position it in a way that benefits them. But it's like, again, I don't, I think we need to just kind of get to a point where we need to define these things in a more practical way. For example, PlayStation has no games. What does that mean? Right? Final Fantasy Rebirth doesn't count. Why not explain? What does it mean? You know? Magnum Gaming, I'm sorry, man. I keep missing these super chats at the bottom here. Magnum Gaming, you're saying even Phil Spencer said that any game that is funded and published is a first party game. Yeah, he said that way back in 2014. And like I pointed that out. I did. Like I fucking pointed that out on my Twitter, and the amount of toxic bullshit hate I got for it was like, oh, you guys are pathetic, pulling up tweets from 2014. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. You know, like, what are you talking about? Like, I bet you Phil has that exact same outlook now too. Why would it change? Because it makes fucking sense. It makes sense. I'm telling you, man, these people are clowns, dude. They're fucking clowns. Sorry to get so aggressive there for no reason. I'm getting pissed. I gotta start lifting again. You're saying, no, I wasn't calling you. Oh, was it you? It was him. Oh, the dude, he's gonna get suplexed. I'm just kidding. You're saying, no, I wasn't calling you pathetic. I'm talking about. No, dude, honestly, I don't even know that I was referencing you. I don't know. I don't know if I was or not, but certainly not in this chat. It's just annoying, dude. Like the pettiness needs to just drop, man. Like, and you know what the thing is? I didn't even say Phil's right. I was asking people what they thought. I was like, do you agree with him or not? First party, second party, third party. I think the term console exclusive should just be what we use. If you were to ask me, I just think the term console exclusive, because it's getting even messier now with these conversations where it's like, okay, well, now more games are coming to PC, but not competing consoles. And it's like, listen, I think we should all agree to just use the term console exclusive. And I think that this is going to be even more important if Microsoft does actually put games like Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves on the PlayStation. Like, we're going to have to use that term across the board, where Sea of Thieves, if it comes to PlayStation, that's no longer a console exclusive, right? Silent Hill 2 Remake, it's a console exclusive, and then maybe after 1 year, it's going to release on Xbox, and then it's no longer a console exclusive, you know? So it's like, it's almost like the term second party in that instance doesn't even matter. Or third party. I mean, it's like third party exclusive. Sure, I just think that a lot of most casual people probably don't know what the fuck does that even mean. Like, dude, there were people who thought Hogwarts Legacy was exclusive because they kept seeing the PlayStation logo on it. So I think the term console exclusivity, either console exclusive or timed console exclusive, I think this is the best terminology to use, and I think everybody should come to that agreement. I think, just for the sake of keeping this conversation as simple as we can, as easy to understand as we possibly can. You're saying, MBG, I made an argument in a video that it doesn't matter if these games come to PlayStation as they aren't core to the identity of Xbox, or to the Xbox identity. I mean, yeah. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to change much at first, but I think it does open the door, at least slightly, and it makes people really wonder, like, what else is there behind that door, like what, or behind the curtain, so to speak. Like, what you're starting with games like Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush, but like how do we know Halo Infinite won't come to PlayStation? I'm serious though. Like, how do we know that that's not something they would like to do? It's a live service, and they're not leveraging it to sell Xboxes. They're just not. So how do we know that that isn't something that's in the pipeline? I don't know. I don't know that Microsoft cares about their having their own identity as much as they just care about. Well, I don't know. We'll find. I think we'll find out with. I don't know. We'll find out with. Not games like Hellblade or anything right now, but I think as the year progresses, if this really is like a big thing they're planning, we're gonna hear about it a lot more and see more. But if it's literally just Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves, it's like, yeah, that's not gonna do anything, really. But it's again, it's kind of the door that opens where it's like, okay, if we can get those, what else could you possibly want to bring? The fact that y'all port begging so hard shows interest, and if they keep going, you guys are going to start changing over. Okay. Here we go. All right. I'm going to make it clear one more time. Nobody is port begging. Okay? Like, PlayStation, I assure you, anybody on PlayStation who did not go to PC or Xbox to play Hi-Fi Rush does not give a shit either way if it comes to PlayStation. It is simply, again, it's like somebody saying, I don't want to leave my house to use your fucking product, and then that company saying, you know what, don't worry about it. You don't have to leave your house. We're going to come to your house. We're going to knock on your door. All you got to do is answer the door and accept the delivery. Okay? Like, that's all this is. I'm telling you, anybody you see online, anybody you see that's saying that PlayStation or Nintendo fans are port begging, I'm telling you, they look dumb because no one is doing that. That is their way of downplaying a massive change that is occurring with Microsoft. That's what I realize, is that the people who are saying that they're trying to move the goalpost or obscure. They're trying to, with the smoke and the mirrors, where it's like, you can't stop people from acknowledging that this is a huge deal because this is unprecedented. This isn't like, oh my God, I really fucking wish Microsoft would bring Sea of Thieves to PlayStation. Who is saying that? I mean, I'm seriously, like, who is saying that? Why would anybody be saying that? No one was ever expecting that. Like, literally, no one was ever expecting that. It wasn't until multiple rumors came out from valid sources, all different sources, saying, yeah, that's something they're planning. That's when everybody goes, whoa, okay, well, that's interesting. Is it real? That's what people aren't. Listen, I bet you more than half the people, I'm one of them, I'm fucking dying to know if Sea of Thieves is coming to PlayStation. Is it because I want to play it? Fuck no. But it's because, you know what? There we go. And it begins. It begins. That's why I want it, because it'll be fascinating to see where it goes from there. If that rumor was true, then that means there's a good chance future rumors are going to end up true. And that is interesting because, you know what? Truthfully, there probably are some Xbox games that if Microsoft, dude, if Microsoft starts bringing a bunch of games over where they're like, yo, here's this and here's that. Maybe I will be more willing to try it. I don't know. Like, it's hard to think of a game right now, but I'm sure eventually there will be something that if they really do go through with this, there might be something I might say, okay, I'll give it a shot. Why not? You know, you brought it to me. I don't have to move. I'll check it out. Why not? That's all, man. That's all it is. It's when Xbox makes a banger, they should release it on PlayStation. Don't hold your breath. Xbots are fuming. I mean, not all of them are. Like, dude, listen. Microsoft is putting their own fan base in such an awkward position where it's like they want fans to rally around their games and their studios, but they also understand, or maybe I don't know if they understand, but they probably do. At least I know at least Phil Spencer realizes that, dude, listen, you're dealing with a fan base where I saw a video where it was talking about all of the Xbox exclusives in the pipeline and they listed Call of Duty, and it's like, that's not an exclusive. Like it, like that has been made so clear that I don't know what's going on here at this point. Dude, I love when William comes in. William's like, MBG, Xbox will have the best showcase this year, but PlayStation will have the best showcase of all time this year. I love it. I love William's optimism. Hell yeah, William. Fuck yeah, let's go in that direction. I'm done. I'm done with the doom and gloom. You're right. William's fucking right, bro. Let's go. It's showcase time. It's time to ignite the hype. We're doing it. We're doing it. Sony's going to have the biggest and best showcase in not just PlayStation history, in history. They're going to fucking kick down the doors and blow everybody away. It's happening. Mark Cerny's going to come out on stage, and not only is he going to reveal the PS5 Pro, and it's the greatest console ever created, but he's going to fucking finally show Knack 3. Knack 3 is going to have hyper-realistic graphics. Almost to a disturbing degree. Let's go, dude. Sony's going to do it. Bring it home, Sony. Come on, Herman. Herman, did you learn from last year? William says, MBG, don't forget, I bet $100. That's true. That's true. Dude, I'll be honest, man. Like, I know PlayStation fans kind of get made fun of where it's like the showcase and whatnot. It's like, listen, man, I fucking, this is where I'm saying, like, I love the people that doubt Sony so much where it's like, listen, okay, Sony had a bad or not great showcase last year. I get it. It happens. But can we not pretend that, like, nothing, can we not sit here and pretend that Sony hasn't also had incredible showcases, like, leading up to that? Like, I wouldn't be surprised, man, if you turn out to be 100% correct, where it's like, what would stop Sony from having an awesome showcase? I mean, I'm serious. What would stop them? Are their games going to be bad? Is that it? Like, sorry, guys, our showcase is going to suck because we only have bad games. Let's rally on Cope. Yeah, bro. I mean, the only thing I could see leading to a disappointing showcase is if they're not ready to show. And they feel like I saw people basically say that the showcase last year was mainly done out of obligation to third parties and partners. And it's like, well, that would explain a lot. That would actually explain everything. But they can't sit on what they're working on forever. Ice Rezo, you're saying, MBG, if Microsoft's strategy becomes successful, what do you think Wall Street investors and shareholders will be telling Sony to do next? Oh, yeah. Great point, Ice. Great point. Well, I'm not so sure though. I'm not so sure because think about it. Think about this, okay? Sony already has a plan, at least for PlayStation Plus, to go beyond console. Okay, they want to go to mobile. They want to go to PC. They want to go to cloud. We know this, at least with PlayStation Plus. The reason why I think it wouldn't be the same for Sony is because what would the investors be telling Sony to do? You need to port Death Stranding 2 or God of War Ragnarok to Xbox Series X and S right now. Like, all Sony would have to do is say, I mean, do you see their install base? Like, what do you think we're really gonna? What do you think we're gonna do? Do you think we're gonna find like substantial growth there? We'll make a couple bucks at most, but at what cost? Our own consoles, possibly. I'm telling you, like Sony, that's where Sony would have to explain to the investors why that would be not an ideal position for them. Maybe like back catalog games that just are practically irrelevant on PlayStation at this point, maybe. But Sony would actually probably find more success trying to get a way for people out, on PC like they've been doing, and also possibly somehow on mobile, even if it's through cloud. That's probably their best bet. I just don't think that. I think Sony is kind of already on that path, though. Ice, I think they're clearly already on that path of expanding beyond the console, and that's the thing. It's not. If the day does come where neither Sony nor Microsoft have console exclusives anymore, where it's like it just isn't a thing. I mean, I think we can all kind of agree that would be the conversations at that point would just be inherently completely different. And everybody would have no choice but to accept that. There would be no winners or losers at that point. It's just the conversation has changed because everything has changed. Like, fundamentally, everything has changed. We aren't there yet. And right now, there's no sign that Sony is going in that direction, at least not fully. Microsoft, it is different. Microsoft is showing signs that they're starting to go in that direction. And that's why I try to tell people, like, it will be a big deal if things like this begin to become normalized. I'm not saying it would be bad. I'm just saying it will be a big deal because it's like, well, this is a major shift, William, you're saying MBG people are saying that the PlayStation Showcase 2024 can't possibly surpass 2015 and 16. But they just don't understand that PlayStation has way, way more games ready to show than they had during those years. Well, you remember what Jim said as he's getting ready to retire? He said, hey, we got some good stuff cooking. Let's see it. I'm ready. Oh, yeah, that's true. This is the 30th anniversary for PlayStation, man. That alone should warrant Sony going all in. I'll tell you right now, that alone should warrant Sony being like, we gotta show not everything, but we gotta show like a lot. We gotta really remind people why they've potentially been playing on PlayStation for the past 30 years. I think this would be a great time to do it. What better time than your 30th anniversary? But look, man, I'm not nearly as negative on PlayStation as I seemingly have been at some time. I will admit to you guys, I have allowed internet rhetoric and bullshit to influence me more than I would like to admit. But when I kind of get away from that, I begin to realize, like, I'm not unhappy with PlayStation. Like, I'm just fucking not. Like, I will be if they don't put on a good show this year later on. But right now, I'm actually fucking thrilled about the shit I'm going to be playing. And I don't, it's so fucking weird to me that people kind of talk to me. It's like, but you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be okay with Sony or PlayStation. It's like, but I'm excited for their games. It's like, well, that's too bad. Didn't you hear the news? They don't have any exclusives. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty excited for that Rise of the Ronin. No! Don't you get it? Rise of the Ronin doesn't count, or that shit's gonna suck. It's like, oh, all right, well, what about Helldivers 2? Nope. Trash multiplayer, bro. That's gonna die in a week. Oh, okay. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth doesn't count. It's a third party. Oh, all right, well. Maybe Concord will be good. Nope, that shit's gonna die before it even comes out. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, it's like, I swear that's actually what it's like, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's legitimately what it's like out here. So, I'm sure you know. I'm preaching to the choir here. We got Laurent using his milestone. He says, MBG, MBGW, Triple Anus, Mark Cerny, thank you for this great community. Laurent's ready, bro. He's ready for the showcase. I am too. I don't know when it's happening, but for now we're covered. At least I feel like we are. Triple Anus, Mark Cerny, let's go. Name a better combo. Does Bluepoint making their own IP in, like, you're saying, should they make them making their new IP kind of like in it being a Souls-like? Does that make sense? I mean, it would make sense given what they've worked on, but guys, listen, we are about to approach the 4-hour mark, okay? And I had a really good time over the course of this. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I had a good time. We'll see how the conversation shifts or evolves in the coming weeks. But wanted to talk to you guys about the PlayStation exclusive lineup, the Xbox exclusive lineup. Kind of trade some blows here. See who's going to come out on top. We'll find out. We got Xbox's show coming up later this week, and then we'll see if PlayStation does a show sometime after that. But I appreciate all the support you guys show. Is there going to be a members lounge? So I will let you know. My intention is to do a members lounge. Okay, so even if it's just for a little bit. The problem is when I do these streams, man, like going the 4-hour mark and then doing a members lounge, I gotta. It's tough because I gotta manage my time better. But we have Fred ADHD Vance coming out of nowhere. Fred, he's back. He drops a 10 bomb just when we thought it was over. He keeps this membership train going strong, Fred. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Let me see. Where's that bring us? That brings us to 143 members. Look at that. Fred does it. Fred, you were still my ADHD today, man. Let me bring this counter up here, see where we're at. 143 members. You guys, seriously, this community is amazing. I really want to thank you guys. I mean, truly. I know I've been thanking you, but very sincere thank you for all the support. Fred, you're saying, been away a little too long, needed to drop some. Well, hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You've supported this community and this channel a lot. And it definitely doesn't go unnoticed or is definitely not forgotten. So I appreciate it, man. And yeah, I mean, you guys, look, to me, this is what matters. This is what it's all about. We're here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep pushing forward. We're going to keep doing our thing. We're going to keep growing this community. And I always tell you guys, I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for your support. And that's true. That's absolutely true. Actually wants to know who's going to get us to 150. Well, we're 7 away from 150. We're 7 away from 150. You're saying take an hour break before starting the members lounge at 5. I've considered maybe taking longer breaks. We'll have to see. So here's Mrs. MBG is very sick with the flu right now, and I'm gonna have to go check on her after the stream. And worst case scenario, I won't be able to do a members lounge. But I'll have to check first. And you know, if she's okay enough, I'll do a short members lounge. I'll at least try to do a little something, even if I keep it on the shorter side. But as I say that, dude, we got Fred Vance. Fred Vance drops another 5. Fred ADHD Vance making himself known again today, man, with dropping some membership gifts for the community, letting us know he hasn't forgotten. He's still here. He's still showing some love. And we also have Laurent coming in, dropping a gift. And Exley does it. Laurent drops a gift, gets us to 149, and Exley, the same one who asked who's going to get us to 150, drops another gift, and we did it. We got to 150. You guys are incredible. Seriously, that is very... I did not expect to walk away from this stream today with 150 memberships gifted, and that is truly a milestone number, man. And Hellbound says, you know what? We got to get it over the 150 mark. Hellbound drops another gift. Fred says, I got to get back to my legendary status. No, you're still there, man. No worries. But Hellbound, thank you so much, man. Hellbound brings us to 151. You guys are going above and beyond. You guys are not stopping. And then Pushing Polygons drops one. Pushing Polygons paying it forward. Look at you guys. This community is awesome. Thank you so much for the support. So Pushing Polygons, he pushes us to 152 members. We got Jakey Stee coming in as he does during these membership trains with a super sticker. He says we've leveled up. 152. Two more people getting membership gifts. And we have William Aguilar with his milestone chat member for 9 months. William, thank you so much, man. You're saying, MBG, why 2024 will be the best for single player and showcases. Every studio has a game ready to show. 10 plus second party like Ballistic Moon, Mutan. I don't know that studio. And you're saying Jetpack Interactive. Listen, William, I'm there with you, man. Like I'm at a point where it's just tough to keep talking about it because it's like you when I talk about it too much, and I probably do talk about it too much, it's like people get to a point, it's like, okay, when we're gonna see it? When are we gonna see it? And this is what people want to know because listen, if there's one thing I will tell you, I'm going into the next PlayStation Showcase with is, so my last stream, I was extremely down on Sony, and again, I think it's just from too much outside influence and to a negative degree where I said, like, I'm going to have low expectations, but I can't. It's easy to say that after reading a bunch of shitty posts from people and just feeling like, yeah, Sony, they're going to let me down. But then I think to myself, but in all seriousness, like, you really going to be that way, MBG? Like, I mean, really, if Sony announces they're doing a showcase in February, you're really going to go in and be like, nah, just, guys, come on, man, lower your expectations. No, I will be excited. I can't deny that. I just can't. It's just in my nature. It's who I am. If I try to not be excited about the next PlayStation Showcase whenever they do it, I'm forcefully not being myself. I'm being a different person just for the sake of, being able to say, well, I was right. I don't want to fucking be right. I'll be honest, man. Like, if I went into a PlayStation Showcase saying this is going to be disappointing, I don't want to be right. And that would suck. I want to go into a PlayStation Showcase saying this is going to be a good show. We need it to be a good show. It's time for it to be a good show. We're going to get some exciting reveals. And I should be right about that because the timing is right. So, William, I'm right there with you, man. Look, I'm going to try to keep myself under control. Saying, Jakey Steve says, have a little faith. I agree. Like, a little bit of faith, not too much, not like insane. Like, I mean, I said earlier, it's going to be the greatest showcase ever, Mark Cerny, Knack 3, but I get what you're saying. Fred says, MBG, let me put it like this. 2024 will be dominated by a lot of third-party devs mixed with first-party games. So, yes, I do. So I'll say this last thing, and then I'll end it here. I know that there are people who really do believe, and it's not true. I know they don't want to believe. It's just not true that if Sony has a weak first part, like when we say first party, we are talking about their own studios. When we say that they might have a weak first party PlayStation Studio output this year, but if they have a great show and they lay a roadmap down, I know people don't want to believe that that would be enough, but it actually would. Because if there's one thing that's been made clear based off of what we talked about today, Sony has more than enough to sustain, the year. Obviously, we want more first party this year, but people, I'm telling you, why do you think people are happy about Xbox right now? People are happy about Xbox because they know the games that are coming. They don't need a release date today or tomorrow for that matter. They just know that the games are coming. They're there. Actually says, Dumbbells, you owe us, MBG. I know you're trying to ignore, bro. Actually really wants to see it. Am I streaming the Xbox show? I will be we're going to be streaming that day. So it starts at 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 p.m. Eastern. More Dumbbells, bro. I'm going to be honest. Like, I worked out earlier and I'm tapped out. But maybe next stream. Next stream, I'm going to open my stream just lifting for you guys. Like, this is for you, actually. This is for the 150. But I got to make sure I don't overdo it because I did work out pretty hard earlier. And I kind of did go to failure almost with those overhead presses. 3 hours straight of lifting, yeah. But guys, all right. I'm gonna say it one more time, and then I'm gonna end the stream because I tend to just kind of ramble at this point. Am I gonna stream gameplay? So yeah, right now I'm just gonna wait until The Last of Us Part 2 drops, and that's when we'll kick off some gameplay streams, okay? And we'll take it from there. Yeah, we'll rain check. All right, so. Thank you guys. Seriously, 152 members. I don't go into any streams I go in hoping we have good streams and I hope to get support from you guys, but 152 members, that's incredible support. Everybody who dropped a membership gift today, thank you so much for that support, okay? You are funding the channel directly and it is very much appreciated. And everybody who dropped the super chat today, we had some very generous super chat donors. And so thank you guys for not only taking the conversation into different and interesting directions, but again, supporting me directly. And so I also want to give a big shout out and thank you to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for all of the streams. And so if you see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him a thank you. And again, I'm going to have to go check on Mrs. MBG. Listen, here's what I'll tell you guys. If you don't see a members lounge pop up, it means that I'm just simply not going to be able to do one today. So just what I will say is turn the notifications on. So if I am able to do it, it'll pop up. And yeah, so I'll leave it there. But yeah, guys, next proper stream that's not a members lounge, I'm thinking it'll be Tuesday. Okay. So I hope to see you then. And that does it, guys. Thank you so much. Hit that like button on your way out. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And I will catch you guys in the next one. Or if I do a members lounge. And Jakey Stee coming in at the end here with another super sticker saying until next time. All right, guys, that does it. Until next time, take care.